Hello, everyone, and welcome to the course. I'm so glad that you decided to join me on this adventure through YouTube to understand it a little bit better and to make your channel better and to grow with YouTube. So before we get started, I just wanted to sort of go over a quick introduction of you to me in case it's your first time on the platform. I want to go over the structure of the course so that you understand all the sort of little caveats throughout. So the first thing I want to go over is that you will notice that these are units broken up into different sections, and at the end of every single section, I have some notes right here so you can see that we have finished building and planning notes right here. And you click on that, you'll be brought to you to these sort of display of it. And this is, a great way to view it, but I also included the resources right beneath it. If you click on this right here, it'll download the resources to your desktop, and you can look at it that way. I think it's a little bit better formatted right here, but it doesn't really matter how you view it. Just wanted to let you know that there are notes at the end of every section that detail what I talked about in every video. So you do not have to, go back and re-watch an entire video to find some piece of information. I try to condense it down into these notes so you can just go back and read it and sort of quickly get that information back. The second thing I wanted to talk about is it's a common question, so I just wanted to address this right off the bat, is if you want a certificate from this course, you do know. Me actually creates those once you complete the course, so you can see this bar right here. You get to this by clicking on the course and go into course content. There'll be this bar right here once the bar makes it all the way to the very edge. A little trophy will appear over here, and you can click on that trophy to get your certificate. So just a little housekeeping note there. That is how you get your certificate. Also, in the first 3 or 4 videos, Tommy is going to pop up and ask you to rate the course, so go ahead and do that if you want. Or if you don't feel like you've gotten enough feel of the course to write it, you can always click right later, and it'll prompt you again. I think in the middle and at the very end of the course, so that's going to be coming up. Just wanted to let you know that they put it very, very close to the beginning of the course. For some reason when people haven't really viewed the course, so I don't know just how they do it, but I wanted to let you know that that's coming up as well. Anyway, that is it on the sort of housekeeping notes. I'm really excited to see you inside. And let's jump straight into learning about YouTube. So let's jump right in and discuss what is YouTube. Well, on the surface, we all know it's a video platform that lets anyone share any video as long as it goes along with their guidelines. And this is true. This is sort of YouTube's purpose. This is how they sort of exist in the market space. However, YouTube is also a business, and this is very important to understand from a creator's perspective. YouTube started out as an independent company and was later purchased by Google, which is now Alphabet. In 2006, Google and Alphabet looked to use YouTube as any other business would, and that's to make money. That means at its core, YouTube is a business. Its goal is to make money for its parent company. And the reason for this is that you don't just purchase something to burn money, especially when you are a business. So Google made the purchase of YouTube in hopes that this popular platform would somehow make it profit in the future. So how exactly does YouTube make money? Well, there are 2 current streams or mainstreams how YouTube makes money, and that is through advertisement and through YouTube. Read subscriptions advertisements is what we are going to focus on as YouTube Read. Subscriptions are sort of more for a more developed YouTube channel, and it's a little bit sort of in the beta works right now. So in order for YouTube to make money, it needs to prove to advertisers that it has a lot of recurring traffic and its videos will bring the advertisers profit. So the more recurring traffic it has, it means the more audience view that YouTube will give these advertisers. So if YouTube can prove it gets 1 million views a day, it will make more money than if it can prove it only gets 10,000 views a day. So YouTube is trying to get more and more traffic every day to help raise the prices to the advertisers, which makes YouTube more money. The more mature and traffic, the more money for YouTube. Therefore, YouTube pushes for recurring traffic. That is what its algorithm is targeted for. It's what makes the money, it's what their goal is, and that is important to us, the creators. It means that if we create recurring traffic, YouTube will reward us. I mean, why wouldn't they work? We're creating this recurring traffic, which is making them money. YouTube's algorithm is designed to look for and reward people who bring consistent traffic to the site. It means if we create recurring traffic again, YouTube will reward us. The more consistent traffic we bring, the more YouTube will help us out. And its algorithm. This is the basis of this course, figuring out how to create that consistent traffic to start getting on YouTube's good side. The more we get on the good side, the more growth we'll see. The more subscribers we'll see, the more views we'll see. And the more money we as creators can make as well. So this is sort of YouTube in a nutshell. It's very important to understand that YouTube is a business. It's there to make money for Google. It's got, it's an amazing feature that helps bring the world together as well, but it's at its core. A business that helps make Google money, and if we understand that, we can understand how to get on its good side and how to get some good growth from it. Let's begin by planning out our YouTube Thornby, forming an idea. Or if you already have a YouTube channel, sort of refining that idea, we're going to be talking about something called niche building. It's either niche or niche, depending on how you say it. But basically what it comes down to is focusing on an area that your YouTube channel is going to be about. So every YouTube channel that is successful has a certain theme or a certain consistency about it. For example, this is a YouTube channel by Andrew Wong. He is YouTube personnel. I'm going to talk about the different types, but he has a niche of talking about music, showing people how to remix things, showing people different sort of fun musical, I guess you would call like for example, this mini unicorn. So he created a unicorn and made it sound good in music. He makes beats out of things. He does stuff for corporate work where he'll take their products and make a song out of it. And he shows all of this. So his sort of niche is personality music. So it fits that entire market. Anyone who likes music will come here. They'll probably enjoy this a lot, and they'll subscribe to him. So that's what we're going to be working on throughout this sort of unit, is we're going to be going through and trying to help build that niche for your YouTube channel, because they are too far apart if you're to spread out your ideas and you posted a bunch of different areas. People won't want to subscribe because they don't know what they're going to get next. So when you have a certain niche, a certain style about your channel, you can really promote the subscribers, because people will be like, oh, this is what we're going to be getting from this channel. I want to see more of that. And it really helps in the long run. So let's get started and let's start coming up with our niches. So what are the different areas or ideas that you could come up with to create a YouTube channel? Well, I'd like to classify them in 3 different categories, and that is going to be skill, entertainment, and personality. I feel like most videos on YouTube will fit into these 3 in some way, shape, or form. And it just gives us a classification so that we can sort of look at different channels and then be able to put them into a category and see maybe why they're successful, what they did to get up to the success, and just be able to group things together. And so, like I said, there's skill, entertainment, and personality. So in skill, we have things like tutorial show off, sort of, I guess you could call crafts, like maybe showing your skills about how to create a craft, something really complex that looks really awesome, and then sort of inspiring things. So, walk through talking to people about how to do things, trying to show them how they could do it themselves. So it all revolves around a skill that you have. Or maybe you're filming a bunch of different people with skills, but it all comes down to some sort of skill. Entertainment is a good majority of YouTube. This comes with a sort of comedy, sketches, skits, gaming, politics, anything that is in the entertainment realm, so people are watching it to be entertained. Maybe they're watching it to learn something as well. But a lot of times it's just for entertainment value, just to sort of turn their brains off and just watch a little bit. And then the final one is personality. Now, this could be a subcategory of entertainment, but I think that because of YouTube's sort of landscape, it's an entity all of its own. What is personality? It kind of incorporates the lifestyle and the loggers out there. So, basically blogging is something that's very new, and it's something that's very new to the world and to YouTube, and it's very, very popular on YouTube. So that's why I kind of wanted to give it its own thing. The reason that it's different than entertainment is because entertainment might want to stick with something, for example, like comedy or gaming. But a personality can do anything. For example, Harley Morn's Dean is the creator of Epic Mealtime. And he has a blog that he basically just does anything that he feels like doing. And the reason that he can do that is because he is the personality of the blogs. So everyone comes to watch him do stuff where in an entertainment realm, people would watch to see what is being done. So they wouldn't come to watch him. They'd come to watch him doing a certain thing like gaming or skits. So that's kind of why I broke those two up. So now let's sort of take a journey across YouTube and let's look at some examples. In each one of these categories, we're going to start off with the skill-based category. What are the most popular in the filmmaking realm? Is it Video Copilot hosted by Andrew Kramer? As you can see right here, he really just got popular by posting these really intricate tutorials and making everything sound so easy. So back when he began, he had these things like, he would show you how to create explosions. He'd show you how to create sci-fi weapons grids and lights and missiles and 3D elements, and he'd show it to you in a really fun and a really interesting way. So he showed off his skill, which was an After Effects mastery, and he showed you how to do it. So it had sort of a tutorial spin on it. So if you want to go if you really wanted to classify this niche, it would be a tutorial, a skill-based channel with a tutorial and an After Effects focus. So it's very niche-based, but it still covers a broad market. Another one is the guys over at AW Eat Me, and these guys are basically a bunch of different shows put into one channel, and basically what they cover is building things. One of the most popular shows is Men at Arms Reforged. They build basically just real weapons from like games and stuff. They build them in real life and they show you the process of how you would build a weapon. So for example, over here we have the Hate Scythe from Warframe. So they build this scythe right here, and it's really interesting to watch them, even if you're not a sort of a blacksmith guru or you don't love blacksmithing to death, you still have a lot of entertainment because it combines the genre of gaming and of creation together, and it shows you a really neat element. So it appeals to the keenish and then to the broad market as well. And then my channel right here, I basically just post tutorials on Adobe-related products sort of in the realm of Premiere Pro After Effects and sometimes into Photoshop and InDesign, and I just post a video every other day. Very focused on this topic, and that's why people subscribe is because they want to learn more about these. So mine is a very skilled tutorial. Adobe is kind of how you would classify mine in the entertainment section. We have Wong Fu Productions. This is an interesting sort of niche, is that it actually focuses a little bit on the Asian American market. Now it appeals to everybody, but it has a focus on the Asian American market. They choose Asian actors and actresses. Most of the time, the entire production team is Asian, and the reason they do this is because they believe that they are underrepresented in the film industry, which I do believe they are decently underrepresented. So, they try to correct this by making their own skits, by showing that, Asians can be lead stars and then just, having fun with it and showing entertainment value. Next one is cold or digital. This is a completely different than long food productions where food is sort of more love stories and just everyday life skits, or digital has an entertainment section that is for VFX. So it is just trying to show you some really neat stuff with a sort of a loose story, maybe has some comedy in there, but it all comes down to really just a whole lot of VFX action, some really neat effects, basically, like an action movie might come out to be. It's an entertaining ride, and it's really fun to watch. And these guys are probably the best in the market at it right now. The other group is again a completely different. The other two still in the entertainment realm, but they do skits, and the skits are all about sort of video games in real life, or just sort of pointing out the flaws in video games and then making fun of them, for example, in the tavern. They do like Dungeons and Dragons things like, have it was real live. So, for example, you talk so on, and everyone rolls a dice, and then you talk based on how your dice was rolled, just sort of points out the fun in that, and then, you have PUBG and all that sort of stuff coming together. They have a really successful channel, because like I said, it comes with comedy and gaming, it puts those two together, and then it puts real-life skits. So it puts that spin on it that no one else is doing, makes them really popular. Then we have over here in the entertainment section, we can start off with probably one of the best YouTubes out there. Not content-wise, if you like him so far, go for it. I'm not the biggest fan, but he does bring in millions and millions and millions and millions of views a day. So I thought I should definitely put on him in here. It is Jake Paul. He has a personality and a vlogger. You can notice that he will do basically anything because he is a personality, so it doesn't matter what he's doing as long as he is in it. Another one we have is Andrew Wong, which we talked about in the last video. He has a focus sort of on music, where Jake Paul is just sort of like outrageous, crazy things. Andrew Wong is very focused on music, music production, teaching music, showing music's intricate intricacies, and then sort of just all putting that together. And then finally, we have a lesser known but still pretty popular one, and that is Toki Traveler. And she basically is a personality of Law of Japan, so everyone watches to see her in Japan. Doesn't have to be completely in Japan because she's a personality, so she can kind of go anywhere. But it does focus with the Kinish on Japan. So it sort of appeals to everyone who likes Japan, everyone who likes her personality, and then just sort of experiencing weird sort of travel things as well. And so you can see that each one of these that I went through has a specific element that it fits in these three categories, and it fits into one of even the subcategories, but it has a spin on it. Like Quarter Digital is VFX, Guangfu is Asian American, with also a mix of sort of everyday life and sort of love stories and stuff like that. I am a mix on the Adobe side of things. Creation, After Effects, tutorials, video games, Japan, anything and everything, and then music. So it all comes down to finding your niche and then finding the spin that you can put on it. We'll talk a little bit about that later, but sort of come up with an idea and find out where it might fit into these spectrums and where you might try to push and where you can learn from others that have done something similar. I also like to break up the content into two different categories, and this is going to be in the evergreen and the recurring story category. So what are these two? Well, evergreen is sort of new in relation to, time. It's a newer form where you can actually create a video, and it will be good for a really, really long time. It's a video that people can continually get value from. People might come and watch it. Maybe they'll subscribe for more that's similar to it, or maybe they will leave after that, but it will always have value. Tutorials are a really good sort of example of this. For example, if we went down to, let's say, this one right here, how to glitched affect your footage. This is going to be good for a really, really long time. It doesn't matter that in 5 years that things might have changed. As long as Premiere Pro is the same and people want to create a glitch effect, this video will continually get viewers. So this is sort of an evergreen. The auditorium is fall into this, and the other side is the recurring story, and vlogger is a lot of times fall into this, as well as sort of skits or series of new laws. In cord or digital, they have a bunch of these, which could be evergreen videos, but they sort of lose their luster after you've seen them once. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, you could go back and watch it and get a good laugh again. But people aren't going to continually come back to these, and they will soon become outdated, and they'll lose their views, especially for something like this, which is their series. So you watch it for the story from start to finish, you watch it for the plot twist for the fun ride. But once you're done with it, very small percentage of people are going to go back and watch this. And it's not going to get as many views 5 years from now as it is right now, where a tutorial or a evergreen video might get those views again in the future, and it might be consistent for the next 10-15 years. Like I said, as long as a tutorial is still relevant, while these, once you watch them, they're kind of cool. You'll watch them a little bit in the future, but over time, so slowly start to die off and people won't watch them. It's important to know what type of content you want to post, because there are different strategies for these different types of content. I'm going to be discussing the strategies in the next couple of videos, so let us jump on over there and let's look at what content we want to create and what strategy we might use for T. So let's discuss the first type, which is the evergreen videos. Now, typically, a channel will have a little bit of a mixture between these two types of videos, the evergreen and the recurring story. However, many channels will focus more towards one than the other. So, for example, on my channel Adobe Masters, I am very, very heavily sort of pushed towards the evergreen content. And that is because what I do is I make tutorials, and tutorials usually stay good for a very long time. She'll see what I tried to do as I try to find a problem, and then I teach that problem when I post a video about that problem. These can be watched in any order, any way, shape, or form. There is no sort of rhyme or reason to the order of them. There's no rhyme or reason to when one was posted, or anything like that, and that's because they're evergreen videos. They're videos that are posted to fill a problem and for people to be searching on YouTube or on Google and to come and get this sort of content from it. The thing about evergreen videos is that sort of consistency, and more importantly, quantity is important. Think of it like this. When you post your first video on YouTube, you have a chance of, let's say, 1 over the amount of videos on YouTube that someone could randomly stumble onto it. If you post to videos, you double that chance you post for videos, you double the chance from the 2 videos, 8 videos, you double the chance from the 4 videos, and so on, 632, 64. You can keep doubling the chances of people stumbling on your videos. And since you are very search-based, you're trying to get views from people searching for problems. The more videos you have, the better. The more content you have, the better. So with these, I recommend trying to post as much content as possible, maybe once every other day, once a day, or just trying to draw 8 or so a weekend or something like that, trying to throw out as much content as possible and capturing as much of the market as possible with high-quality videos. Quantity and quality are both important here. But if you can, sort of start capturing the entire team of people searches, you'll start gaining more and more views, because you're going to start capturing more and more people that are looking for different problems, and whenever you fill their problem, they'll come to you. And then after a while, you start gaining a reputation. This is the person who always explains it in the way that I like. So when they search for a video, they'll look for yours first. And so that all comes down to the importance of what an evergreen video is that it is a video that captures a problem, it solves a problem, and it is good for a long time. So you want to put as many videos out there as possible to get as many searches as possible. Now, you can also mix it up. Peter McKinnon is a very, very prominent YouTube tuber right now, and you'll see that he has a very sort of mixed version of this. We have these sort of evergreen videos right here. The easy DIY overhead camera rig. That's something that people could watch 5-6 years from now because they want to see, what's an easy DIY overhead camera. It's something that people come back to, same as what's inside a $6,000 camera. People are going to be interested in that over time. However, he has some story things like, I do not like goals, that's sort of more personal for people following his vlog on how to spice up your videos using camera tricks. That's more evergreen, and you see he kind of bounces back and forth between the two. So even though he's a vlogger, he has an evergreen content in there because he knows that it might bring people to his channel and therefore might increase his growth, and we'll discuss sort of the balance a little bit later in building our audience. But right now, I just wanted to go over what is an evergreen video and why, if you're, leaning your channel towards there, what are some goals that you should do as an evergreen video. And like I said, that is to try to post as much high-quality content as possible on a consistent basis. So you want something that people want to come and search for your videos first before looking for other videos. The other type of content you can create, like I've mentioned before, is the recurring story type of content. And so basically what you want to do with a recurring story is you want to create a program that people want to tune into. And this requires consistency. This requires that you post videos on a frequent basis that follow a same sort of format, and you have to keep posting because you might not get popular until maybe 50, 60, 70 of these videos go up and people start jumping into the chain somewhere and then watching the chain all the way up until the present moment, then they subscribe and they continue watching the chain. One of the groups that does this pretty well is Wong Food Productions. This is their side channel, more Wang Fu. And they do this thing called lunch break, where they basically just sit around, talk about different life things while eating food. It's supposed to be that you can sit there and watch with them, and it feels like you're all having a little lunch break together. It's a really neat sort of idea, and the cast, which is just the people who create the original food production stuff, it's very relatable cast, so people a lot of times come back to this, and they love every new update, and people want to tune into this program. So what they do is they release it on a consistent basis. They have a consistent format and they just create content, basically just, really authentic content that people want to keep coming back to and keep watching. If they posted one every day or, every 3 hours or something, it wouldn't necessarily get them more popularity and more views than if they posted them once a week or twice a week. And this is just because people are coming to watch the program. If you start posting more and more and more, you actually start overwhelming your audience a little bit and they won't be able to catch up. They'll feel like they fell behind and then they might just stop watching. So having a real consistent key, something that people can look forward to in the week, is a great idea whenever you're doing recurring story. Sam and Nico also do this sort of idea, although a lot of those have gone towards advertisements. They still try to make them really entertaining and sort of almost like a reality show. And they also hit trends, and that's something that you can do with a recurring story is if you try to sort of talk about something that's in current affairs, media stuff like that, trends going on, fads, you actually gain people because a lot of people are searching for that. And some people might want to come and watch what your opinion is on it. So that's a good way to get sort of some views. Whenever you're creating recurring story sort of content, is that every once in a while throw a fad and there is some trend that's going on. So your reaction to it, and you'll see that it works pretty well because it can get you out. Once you get to the edge of clickbait, you can sort of get some negative press, and that's not always the worst thing in the world. However, it can create a group of people that are trying to basically bring your channel down. So it's sort of look at the line, try to find the line, and just sort of try to work around it and get post content that is high quality and posts it consistently so people can actually get sort of accustomed to watching your videos every once in a while, and you'll start having your recurring story videos gain a little bit more use as well. So if you're leaning towards this in your YouTube channel, this is some of the ideas is maybe post on a consistent basis. Get a format that is very similar so that you can keep posting stuff around that format. And people know what to expect. People want to subscribe because they want more of that content. The next thing you want to do is you want to check your competition. So you've got an idea set. Maybe you have some ideas about some of the content you want to create, whether it be evergreen or recurring story. Now let's look if anyone else is doing the same thing. So for example, I just searched for craft blog and here are all the results that came up. And we can see that there are a bunch of different results here, and what we're going to check is anyone doing something similar to what we're doing? So for example, maybe this first video craft dog number 6. That sounds like she does it on a consistent basis, so we check in, and we do see that there are some craft blogs, but she does some other things as well throughout here. Just sort of anything related to craft and maybe even some blogging stuff you can see down here. So we can check this out. And maybe this is the type of content we want to create something similar so we can look at it and see maybe what she's doing. What is getting her the most views? Analyze her videos and see which ones are most popular. If she isn't doing what that's not necessarily a bad sign because now we know that maybe our niche is different. There's a good community for blogging with about crafts, so maybe we can go in a slightly different direction. Maybe instead of all this sort of cute things, we could go sort of more like Halloween-themed things or different areas. And we can find a niche that maybe we could fit into that. We really enjoy, that will get us views and won't directly compete. Sometimes you do need to directly compete with different people. Maybe you want to create something that's extremely similar to this up here, and that's okay too. You just need to find out which we're going to talk about in the next video is making your channel unique. Making something unique that people will come to your video as well as her video because, like I said, direct competition oiler, but it doesn't have to always be direct. People that watch this video might want to come and watch your video as well and vice versa. You could build a community basically together and say, just kind of go down here and look at what other people are doing in the craft of logs sort of realm. Another example is, let's say you wanted to create something on snowboarding, consistent snowboarding, maybe tutorials, and we can see there's a snowboard pro camp right here, and it looks like that they probably post a lot of snowboarding type videos. Looks maybe even on sort of the log side of things, but they also have some tutorial videos in there. So you check this one out, see what they're doing well, see how you could do something similar but slightly different to set yourself apart. So checking the competition is something that is really important, going through looking at different videos, analyzing maybe what, different people are doing, looking at different people in all different realms, and you can start just understanding how the competition is working, what's working for other people, and how can I be just a little bit different. So that we have a good understanding of maybe an idea that we want to go, and then maybe some content we want to create, and we've, checked out the competition a little bit. Let's discuss making your channel unique so that it stands out. And standing out is important because maybe the niche that you want to go for has already some popular YouTubes in it. And this is not necessarily a bad thing. It means that that niche is popular. But if you create content exactly the same as those other 2 YouTubes, or 3 YouTube, or 4 YouTube years, then people aren't going to come to your view who's going to be more of the same. So what you need to do is find a way to create a unique spin to your channel, do something in that same niche and realm that is different than what everyone else is doing. For example, in the crafts realm, you could do, maybe there's Q crafts, like I said, there is maybe some scary crafts, maybe you want to do only Japanese crafts, maybe you want to do only Italian crafts, maybe you want to do only DIY crafts that you can do under 5 minutes, or maybe you want to do long-form crafts. There's a whole bunch of different little niches. And then once you find the niche inside the niche, then you can even add some different things and make the channel a part of you film. Does this pretty well. They teach filmmaking techniques, and there are a couple of YouTube channels on YouTube that do this, that teach filmmaking techniques. However, they have this sort of very dry, corky, dark humor about them that makes people really just want to watch every one of their tutorials, even if it's just 8 minutes of video. And here in film, right, that's literally just 8 minutes of one of their main characters, Josh, just standing there saying, "I'm not going to make a video today." And it's hilarious. It makes people want to watch it because he's so funny in the way he does it. People come back to see not only the techniques that they learn, but also to have a good laugh with the skits and the way that they present the content to even their advertisements. They make the advertisements skits that are really funny, so that it ever breaks the sort of the learning or the entertainment value throughout it. So film, it is a very good example. If you want to go check out them, go watch. And they have, very quirky humor, very fun, sometimes dark humor, that just makes you want to come back. Another one is Andrew Wong. I've talked about him a couple of times just because he is a pretty good tuber. Basically, what I just wanted to show you here was that he has this really neat sort of way of doing this. I just want to show you, watch every single video, he has this unique element. So after whatever the entrance he does, that high five every single time, he does a high five. So there'll be some intro, and then there'll be something that everyone is expecting, the high five. And it's just very, very sort of something that you want to come back and watch again and again and again. It makes you feel like you're watching an Andrew Wang video with that high. There's even one where he doesn't do it for the first 2 or 3 minutes, and then he's like, "Oh, you guys thought I forgot." And then he does the high five. It's just something that makes him unique. Even though it's small, it makes people know that they are watching. And Andrew Wong video, when he high fives, going through and checking out different channels and looking at the competition, looking at how they might spin things, try to add some of those things to yours, and then spin them in your own way home with something that's different than what the competition is doing within your niche. And you can find a lot of success that way, because there might be people out there looking for that, and then people that branch off from film, right? For example, if you wanted to create something similar to film, right? You might be able to create something that's in a completely different direction, but that still teaches filmmaking techniques. And people will want to watch film, right? And yours at the same time, because they still want to learn filmmaking. But each one of yours and film, right, are both going to give you a sort of a different experience. They'll give you the lessons, will give you the torrijos, but they'll give you a different entertainment value. And that's what you want to create, is find that niche. Find that uniqueness, make your channel your own. Know you have a good understanding of where we might want to go with our channel may be a good idea. Some unique features that we can use to make a standout. Let's also talk about another sort of important point, and something I want to help drive home, and that is you need a consistent channel style. So this kind of ties back into the last video, which is on a unique channel features. You want to build a style that's going to set your channel apart so that when someone goes to your channel or sees one of your thumbnails, they know it's your video. They understand that it's your content they're seeing because it's a brand, it's a style that they are used to, and it's something that will make them happy and make them want to click on it. They'll go their subscription fee and they'll be happy every time they see one of your thumbnails. And that's very important is because that's what gets you the recurring sort of traffic, which gets you the growth that you're looking for. So let's take a look at a couple of YouTube that have some really good style about them. This is a sort of a smaller YouTube channel. I mean 18,000 subscribers. But it has some really good channel style, and that is Snowman Gaming. So I'm sure that he probably started off this channel not going with this style 100%. But when he started gaining popularity, started to understand that the Snowman Gaming is sort of what he is. So making everything winter-themed is kind of what works for this channel. You will notice that all of the sort of game design thumbnails here, he has it in a sort of winter you could call like a direction. There's like very winter elements to these. And these are his core videos. These are kind of what people subscribe for, and the other stuff are just sort of what people come around to watch. But these are the core videos, and you'll notice that the thumbnails on them are all sort of with his style. And it works really well because whenever you see one of these, you want to jump in and understand what is this of the game is and why it is so important in the game design world. It's a really neat channel, and I love the style that he went with what his name was and created a style around that. Another one is a frequent one that I have talked about, and Sam and Nico, and that is just because that you have these right here. The thumbnails are 100% consistent throughout the entirety of the channel. Every single thumbnail is the same and has the same colors, their emblem in the top, and then the same cast all the way through here, which is pretty neat in all regards. And then, finally, I wanted to just go over what I do on mine, because that's one I can talk about most personally. And that is, I just create the same sort of thumbnail on each one of my videos, and then I have it color-coded to whatever Adobe program I'm talking about. So the Adobe sort of Premiere Purple, and then I put a thumbnail behind it. I put some words over top of that, and you see that my thumbnails are all pretty much consistent. Sometimes I do create a thumbnail on some of my older videos. You see that's over a year ago, and I go back, and I'm slowly adding thumbnails to all them, so that I have a consistent design throughout all of my channel. Because if you notice, I don't have any here as well, and creating that will be very important. But that is sort of what I went with the blue colors of my logo, and then just these thumbnails that are always the same. You see, and all of my most recent videos are exactly the same, just depending on whatever software I am using. I use that border, and then I use that emblem in the top left. So getting a chance style is something really important. It creates a brand around your channel. It makes people excited to watch your videos, and that is really important. I want to leave this section with another point. And this is something that is very important whenever you're building your niche, is to make sure that you stick with your niche, to make sure you refine it down to something that you can stick with consistently. If you jump between a bunch of different formats, you will have a bunch of different sort of audiences. You're trying to build a bunch of different places you're trying to target, and that'll make you basically not be able to target any of them. Instead of targeting one specifically, you're kind of targeting a bunch of them, and that just doesn't work when there's so many YouTube channels out there. So one of the most important things is to make sure you have a niche and you stick with the niche. Now, when you start out a little experimentation, maybe you don't know if this part of the Nash or this part of the nation will work better. Like maybe if you're in crafts, you don't know the sort of long-form 30-minute videos or maybe the 5-minute videos work the best, of course. Experiment around with that and figure that stuff out. But don't try to go crafts and then a blog and then a travel diary all in the same channel that will create this sort of hodgepodge of a bunch of different stuff coming together. And that's the biggest mistake I see with new YouTube channels is they're just trying to put out literally anything they want onto their channel. And that doesn't work. Because like I said, people subscribe for a certain type of content, and whenever you post just random stuff, people don't know what they're subscribing to. They'll check one video out, they'll look at your channel maybe like they're not really going to be anything else, like this one video I liked. So they'll leave, they'll move on to something else. So if you notice, right, for example, right here, Angie Wong, he does only music stuff. There isn't a life blog or anything else like that. Maybe once in a while he does a little travelogue, but he is also established so you can kind of do some of this stuff. But you can see that there's all this music stuff on here. He doesn't ever jump out of that. And if he wanted to, he could maybe create another channel like Andrew Wang 2 or something, where he could do some of that sort of stuff, and that would work. But on his main channel, it's music on Snowman Gaming. It's gaming. There's everything around the gaming with sort of game design and stuff like that, but it sticks to the gaming philosophy. And same with the other ones I've mentioned like Sam and Nico and stuff like that. You must stick with your sort of niche if you break apart. You try to become a, just post literally anything that you want, you will fall out of your niche. And that is the biggest mistake I see. It'll really reduce your growth and no one will want to continue to come back and watch your videos. So make sure that you focus it down. You've got an idea, try to see if you can make it even more specific and see if you can really bring it down to something a core sort of niche or scores sort of market that you're targeting. We have a really good understanding of the, YouTube as a whole as a business. We can start diving into some of the points. And one of the most important points that we're going to cover is going to be in this lesson. And if you take nothing else except this point away, you will still be ahead in the YouTube game. And that is that consistency is key. I mean to say it again, consistency is key. I'm going to talk about this over and over and over throughout the course because of how important it is. Consistency with YouTube is key. It is the one thing that'll get you, the growth and the sort of expansion that you want. And the reason being is that people tune in to consistency. And remember, when we're talking about YouTube, as a business, they want people to continually come back to your content if you can provide that. YouTube will provide you more viewers, more subscribers, and overall, just a bigger growth pattern. So when you post consistent content, you allow people to want to come back to your channel because they know what they're going to be getting when they come back. And therefore, you start actually getting growth that you want. Number one mistake I usually see by entry-level, huge habers is that they don't post consistently, they post all over the place. With regards the content, they have no style. And that again, it makes people maybe want to watch one video, maybe one video becomes popular, but no one actually subscribes because they aren't consistent. So what I'm just talking about, let's actually jump into YouTube and let's look at a couple of examples on YouTube of some consistent content, some consistent posting styles. And just sort of overall consistency that has helped these channels grow. The first are going to look at is the Sam and Nico channel. So this actually started off as a sort of behind the scenes to their main channel cord or digital. However, it's picked up a popularity of its own, and that is because their content is so consistent, it comes out every other day when they're creating content. It's every other day they have a new video coming out. It has a certain style, it has the same sort of quote-unquote cast, which is these guys up here sort of doing their video-making stuff. So it has a niche of video making. They go a little bit outside that, but again, these guys are sort of the consistent part of it. And you'll notice that even their thumbnails are all basically the same. They have whatever they're going to be creating, and then some, thumbnail to sort of represent that. They also, like I said, post on a consistent basis once every other day, which gives them a lot of views. It has people coming back once every other day to watch these, and then people maybe will bend backwards and then wait for the next content. It's a very good model to have people continually come back, and you can see they have a lot of success through this. They also have another channel, which is their sort of video game channel, and you will notice that this one is even more popular than the other one, probably just because this one's been out, I think, 2 or 3 years longer, and this channel actually has 970 videos. And that's something to also understand, is that you're not going to get massive popularity from 20 videos or 50 videos. Some people might. I mean, it happens. But the more sort of average thing is that it'll take hundreds of videos, 100, 200 videos before we start seeing real growth, real sort of advancement in your content, and you'll see that No does the exact same thing they post about once every 2 days as well. And they have the exact same thing, the thumbnails are all the same. It's the same group of people playing the games. So you know there's something you can expect if the line is on a different flavor. It's sort of on filmmaking tutorials, and that's what they cover. Ryan is sort of their consistent element. He is really funny. He's got a quirky sort of humor to them. And it all works together, and it teaches people how to be filmmakers. Again, they all have this sort of color scheme that sort of fits with them. One that I am not, I don't exactly watch some of the top YouTube but he is definitely one of the top 2 years, and that's Jake Paul. He posts once every day, which is very, very consistent, and his videos come out of his little clickbaity, but they work for him, and they get him tons and tons of views. Another one is Andrew Wong. He is a sort of a musician filmmaker. So he's got some really neat stuff in here about filming, and his is a little bit less consistent on the posting. Is maybe once a week, sometimes twice a week, and that's just because he's gotten so big that he doesn't need the consistency anymore for growth. He just makes videos whenever he feels like it. And then finally, we have Good Mythical Morning, and they have 12 million subscribers, and they post 3 videos a day. So I mean, just think about that. They are posting so much content every single day that they know they can't not be successful. And then overall, this is kind of just the main point, and I just, drilling it home over and over here is that consistency is key. Make sure that you are creating consistent content. You come up with a schedule, especially when you're in the growing period of your channel. You need to be posting, every other day, every week, every Monday and Friday. Something so that people come to your channel and they'll be like, oh, if I subscribe, I'll actually get more content from these people, and the same niche that I enjoy watching. So like I said, I'm going to draw it home one more time. Consistency is key. Be consistent. And YouTube will reward you, because if you're consistent, people come back to your content. People come back to your content. They start watching ads. If they start watching ads, they start making YouTube money, so YouTube pushes content toward you. So now that we have a good understanding of how important consistency is in your videos, let's take a look at another important point, and that is your engagement, right? So what exactly is an engagement rate, when engagement rate is the percentage of viewers who go beyond just watching your video? So this includes things like comments, likes, and dislikes, shares, really anything that is, like I said, beyond just viewing your video. And the reason that YouTube supports this and will promote videos with a higher engagement rate is because it creates a community around the video. It creates a group of people who will support the video, who are talking about the video, who are coming back to the video just for these things like comments, shares, and stuff like that. And this is important because it goes back to YouTube's recurring traffic sort of goal. They want as many people to come back to YouTube and view more videos as possible. So you have a high engagement rate. It means that you're creating a community around all of your videos. A community frequently comes back to the videos, they'll frequently watch your new videos, and they'll discuss videos in the same sort of niche. So that helps, because like I said, it brings people back to YouTube. And when people come back to YouTube, they create recurring traffic for YouTube. YouTube gets more money. It goes with their goal. It goes with your goal of growth, and it helps everyone out. So that's why the engagement rate is really, really important here. And so let us take a look at some of the top search queries on a couple of different searches and see what their engagement rates are. So you'll notice I have this plugin installed. It's called vidIQ. I just had the basic, which doesn't cost any money. I'll show you how to install this and a couple of others later on, just to build a view, certain stats about videos. But one of the things that this plugin will actually give me is what the engagement rate of certain videos are. And you can see right here, you can see the engagement rates. And typically, this is how it goes, is that the one with the higher engagement rate will be higher up on the chain. And then when you get into like pages 3 or 4, the engagement rate will be really, really, really low, like down in the 1.2%. There isn't really a good goal for this, but anything around 2% plus, even like 1.5% plus, is actually a pretty good engagement rate if you can get up to 5 or 6%. That starts becoming really, really good. Anything over 10% is a really, really strong video. And this sort of kind of ties into why outrage videos sort of go a little bit more viral than other types of videos, and that's just because of the fact that they are being engaged with a ton. So YouTube deems them as very important. It's going to create a lot of traffic and a very strong sort of discussion around that video. So if you see that, if we jump right into this video right here, you will notice that the engagement rate is actually 3.1% on here, and it calculates it through all of this stuff. Even Facebook likes it calculates into the engagement rate. So you see the like ratio that YouTube likes, even dislikes, are added into here. And that's just because someone has engaged with the video. They've found it important enough to click the dislike button. Now your ratio is pretty important, it's decently important. So just trying to get dislikes isn't going to get your video higher up. But if you have a few dislikes and likes, they are going to start kind of combining and coming together. Your comments are also very, very important. It shows that people actually took the time to write something out. And these are probably the most important of these. And then you have your shares, and then your engagement shares are also really important. And so when you're YouTube or you kind of want to create content that is engage people you want to create, content that will make people want to comment on the video, and even just simple questions in your video. So for example, maybe in this tutorial, he asks, for example, is there anything else you want to learn? Comment below. And that creates a community that creates people that are like, this is a great tutorial, but I kind of want to learn X, Y, and Z. They'll post it in the comments. He'll make a video on it. They'll come back to watch that video. It keeps going around in circles. YouTube's happy. Your audience is happy, and the creator is happy. It's sort of a win-win situation. So if you create videos that are very easy to engage with, you will create content that is going to be forming communities, which is going to help YouTube out, which is going to help you start getting more views on your videos. Start making your channel a little bit more known. Start building a community around your channel and overall improving your growth rate. An important thing to look at is the sort of tie between the viral video viewed operation and clickbait. Iteration is extremely important. It's just as important as all the points we've covered before. It's a signal to YouTube of how engaging your content is, how good your content is, because it's a measure of how long people watch your video. So typically around about 30% is sort of average, middle average if you've got like 40 or 50 or 60% and you're doing pretty good with your videos. They're having a lot of people watch them and stay through the entire content of the video. This is what YouTube is looking for. They're looking for you to create content that's going to keep bringing people back. That's what we talked about this entire course. So doing sure that you are bringing people back, you need to have content that is engaging and that is actually sort of fulfilling to the person. YouTube's sort of way of looking at this is your view duration, and you have a really low percentage like 12.45%. Then YouTube sees that video as something that isn't drawing people to it. It sees it as something people are clicking on, going, I do not want to watch that video, and then leaving. And so that's not going to create recurring videos, because that person will never become attached to your channel that way, and therefore they're not going to keep coming back to watch your content over and over again. So you want to have a really good viral or a really good view duration. The opposite side of this is that there's a lot of focus on people trying to get the viral video, people trying to use clickbait, or use some crazy invention or prank or something like that to get to the top of YouTube. The problem with this is a lot of times, especially with clickbait, you get a bunch of people who come to the video and immediately leave because the title was misleading, and the thumbnail didn't show what you were claiming was going to happen. This has a lot of people come watch the video and then immediately leave. So your view duration goes from something like the healthy 30% down to like 4 or 5%. And it becomes a video that even though it has a decent amount of use, it doesn't have a decent amount of duration. And so therefore, YouTube isn't going to push your channel. It isn't going to try to keep making your channel seen in more and more places, as you are actually just creating content that is not going to get that sort of recurring traffic that it's looking for. So that's very important is you can create titles that have, catches and hooks to bring people in. But if you start going into the clickbait round where people are coming to your video and leaving it immediately and you start getting low duration, you're going to start getting penalized. Think of it like this. If you had 1 million views at about 2 seconds each, it's worse than 1,000 views at 10 minutes each. It's actually about 3 times better to have that 10,000 views. That is sort of an interesting way of putting it together. And so you can visualize that you're going for duration, you're going for those quality views. People that come and watch your whole video, it makes your video look better. It makes YouTube start going more people your way, and it creates that sort of recurring revenue for them and their current growth for. You also don't focus on the viral video. The problem is that the market is saturated. There's no real formula to get a video viral unless you throw millions of dollars at it. So sometimes it might accidentally happen where a really neat idea sort of explodes and gets shared around. But you cannot predict that people could predict that you wouldn't have to throw millions of dollars at it. These bigger sort of channels, they have the ability to just create a viral video just because they already have such a strong initial base. But when you're growing, don't focus on the viral video, focus on creating content that people want to continually watch and releasing at regular intervals so that people will continually watch. And a really great example of this is someone we've talked about before with Good Mythical Morning. These guys are the king of duration. They release 3 videos every day, and they have, I would say, probably really good of you to ration on every one of them. Because what they do is they create a show every morning. They have a segment. Sometimes it has famous people on it. It always has games and sort of just fun things to do. And as you can see, even though they look a little bit, these thumbnails aren't just plain, but they're not clickbaity either. This is exactly what they're doing throughout the show, and they break it up in these segments so that people can watch them at their own interval. They show you what these colors, which one comes first, so that you can watch them all together. They have it all set up so that people can watch their content and easily navigate through their content. And then they don't have to watch something they don't want to. So they have this sort of king. The reason is sort of the kings of this is because they've set it all up so that people can watch what they want and don't watch what they don't want, and it all sort of comes together in this really great formula that creates recurring growth, recurring traffic, and still draws new people in. So remember, duration is important. Create quality content so that people will continue watching your videos. Don't focus on clickbait or viral videos that is fool's gold. It's really a quick way to have sort of sputter out quickly, because you'll have all these videos that no one watches and your channels sort of be plagued by this, and you will see that and just sort of move on to something else. There's another sort of idea that comes into play with the YouTube algorithm, and that is that the first 24 hours are very important, and this is because it shows YouTube how strong of a video it is right off the bat. Think about it when you release a new video. It's only new for a little while. That's a very important time for video. That's when the video is brand new to the world, and people are being exposed to it for the first time. And because of this, the first interactions of the video are very, very important. A video which gets way more views in the first 24 hours is going to be given grace by the YouTube algorithm. It's going to be promoted more because right off the bat, it's like, well, this is a very popular video. Let's release it to some more people. Do more people like it? And, that keeps going up. More people like it. So we continue onward and more and more and more until basically the threshold is reached, where YouTube finds that it no longer gets the views that it should, or that it doesn't meet its criteria anymore. So it's basically doing an experiment with their video. So getting the first 24 hours right is important for the algorithm. Take a look at this video, which, as you can see, has a lot more stuff than usual than the typical experience of a video. You see this bar down here is the typical experience. And this video is light years above that, because look at this right at the very beginning. Within the first 3 days, it had 3,600 views, which is a lot of views. Why was this so? Why did it have so much views? That's because I actually keyword searched online. I found a topic that was uncovered and that was not basically a lot of people are searching for it, and there weren't a lot of good videos on it. So because of this, I was actually able to create a video that a lot of people wanted to see. And so YouTube released it, and people immediately clicked on it because that was something they were searching for. It got a lot of use in the first part. And then over the entire course of the video, those users have gone up and up and up and up. And so that's the importance of the first couple minutes. On top of this, there's another little side thing that you should know as well, that you have a little bit of an ability to manipulate this. Whenever you ask for subscribers, people always now ask for that notify button because they're trying to get people to get a notification on their phone or on the website itself while they are on it to come and watch the video, because that helps our first 24 hours. Along with this, if you build up social media presences, you have a Facebook page, you have a Twitter page, you have some sort of way that you can build your audience. Maybe you have a newsletter, a website, something like that. If you can direct people to your content right away, you will get more views right off the bat, and then more views overall, which helps you grow over time. So anyway, with the YouTube algorithm, remember, the first 24 hours to 48 hours are key with your video. You want to try to push it and get as many people of you comment, subscribe, like from that video, and you will have a lot more success with that video in the long run. Wander around this section off with a little bit of direct SEO. So what we've been talking about are things and ways to create your content to engage the user and to sort of get on YouTube's good side with the algorithm. However, it is important that search engine optimization. It's important to sort of put your content in a way that people can find it. So let's go over some of the things that you can do to your video. There are a lot of things because, like on a website, you can sort of control almost everything on it. Here it only gives you a couple of areas to focus on. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to show you how to sort of optimize your description, title, and tags so that you have a really good base that people can find your videos with. So first off, you want a title that grabs the user and does not mislead the user. You can have, hooks and stuff like that in the title, but make sure that you are not misleading your user in any way, because like I said earlier, if it does mislead the user, once they get there, they can actually report your video for that and get your video removed. And on the other side, they might just be like, oh, this guy was lying to me. I really dislike and leave the video, and that's not good for your SEO either. So you want to create something that's engaging, usually with a verb or an action sentence. And I like to always go with how to create something. So how to create a text shine in animation. It is very plain, but it shows you exactly what's going to happen and then sort of shows you the effect that you're going to learn. And then it shows you that it's going to be a how-to video. So in just a couple of words, it shows you all of this. It allows people to see. I tie that with my thumbnail up here, which is the effect, and then sort of a showing what the effect's going to be. And it allows for a drawl of someone looking at them saying, hey, I want to learn how to create that in my description. I have a template, you can click and drag this down. I have a template where I have a couple of advertisements for my website, for my course, and then just a little subscribe catch at the bottom. And then right here, I just those some words. And I go over how to create an animation that looks like light creates the text, something very plain. If we were really going heavy on SCI, I would probably redo this a little bit. What you kind of want to do is you want to create these keywords that permeate through all three of these. This little thing over here is vid, Q. And in the end of the next unit, we talk about how to add this to your browser so you can see this stuff and seeing what these little numbers right here. But what this basically shows you is something called tripled keywords. And tripled keywords is important because what it means is that you have something that permeates here, here, and here. And that shows YouTube that this video is most certainly about that. So I have Tech Cheyenne and animation. I have animation right here. Light creates, and I would probably want to add like Tech Shine somewhere in here as well. And then I have text sign animation, text shine text, and animation shine and animation. I have all those sort of packaged up in this like sort of keyboard package. And so now, anytime someone searches for a shine animation in Premiere Pro, my video is going to come up. It's not a really heavy market, but what I do is I release a lot of content and a lot of different little markets. And that's what gets me views, is that I have these little tutorials and so many different areas that whenever people search for something, usually my video comes up at least on the first page. And so I slowly get, a couple of views on every video a day. That all adds up when you have 200 or 300 videos. You get, 600 little wee views a day. And then some of my videos have gone more quote-unquote viral, where they get a couple of hundred views a day. So what you want to do when you create your video is you want to find what sort of niche you're targeting, what keyboard set you're going to be targeting. It doesn't have to be something extremely popular and extremely targeted and researched and everything like that. That's a good thing to do on some of your videos. Go out to your content. You can just find what is it teaching and then sort of try to put that keyword through all of these tags. You want to basically fill this up with as many relevant tags as you can, 198 out of 500 characters here. And what these show me is what I'm ranking if people search for this stuff, so you can see that shining animation, tech shine in animation, tech shine, Adobe Shine, and a nation. Those are sort of what are ranking with this, because that's sort of what I was going for. I recreated here, and I recreated in my title, and I hit that pretty hard. And now if someone searches for these sort of obscure things, my video will come up, and then I have a bunch of videos that do that. I have a bunch of views that I get from this. So remember, find some keywords, target it down, and write as much as you can. You do not want to, go overboard where you have, near 5,0,0,0,0 or something. That's great. But what happens is you start to actually dilute your keyword base. You start to have, isn't just shine animation that's being represented in here. What you are getting is you have entire paragraphs represented in here, and YouTube gets a little bit confused as where your video you won't rank as high in that specific niche as you might before. So you want to keep this concise, you want to keep it sort of targeted, and you want to show exactly what you're going to be teaching, and then maybe a little swallow boilerplate template. So up here, make it sort of have an action, make it show you what you're going to do. Here, make it concise. Make it describe what you're going to have keywords that share, and between these and tags, just write everything that relates to your video, and that shares keywords with these three up here, and you will have the basics of SEO, and to get your video into a good spot. Having content focus is very important to building an audience, especially from scratch on YouTube. What this means is we need to be active, not passive in our content creation. So being active in content creation means actively researching our next video instead of just coming up with whatever idea we write down. Maybe we have a page of 100 ideas that we've decided to create. We want to choose that idea that's going to be the highest probability of success. And the word probability there is important, because even with research, we might create a video that we think is going to be fantastic, and it doesn't take off. However, if we keep doing our research and we keep creating those topics sooner or later, the probability will come on our side. And the one that we researched will actually take off. And that means that we need to choose topics and areas that people want to watch. We want to create videos that have the highest chance of success, and to do this, we need to get that content focus. It's really hard work, and that's going to take some investment. It's going to be hard work to do this. It's plain and simple. Most YouTube bears that look like they had an overnight success have been working at this for years and years and years. Neat quote here is that most overnight successes have about 10 years to get to that point. Now, it doesn't have to take that long in reality, but it's important to realize is that anytime we look at these big YouTube Verizon or wow, they just came out of nowhere and now they're really popular. They probably worked really, really long, hard hours beforehand, creating content for maybe other companies or creating ideas or creating that first video that they really wanted to take off with before they actually got that overnight success. So in this, we need to understand how important that the hard work is, and that's going to take investment. And investment means that it might take our time or our money or basically a lot of different factors combined. We're going to have to sacrifice something to get this, and time and money is perfectly fine for this. For example, there are those really neat videos of the people who build, for example, like sculptures out of matches, just single matches the gloom all together. Then they light them on fire to see that the end result. Imagine how much time and money that took to build that video. But because it's so unique, because it's so interesting to watch, it gets a lot of views. So need to make sure that we're doing our research, we're doing experiments, and we're constantly analyzing what our next video should be. We're analyzing, hey, does this work? Does this topic work? Does this area work? And through that, we'll keep expanding our video and creating those videos that are high chance for success. And so that's what this whole section is going to be about. Some ideas and techniques to do that. Do some research onto what our next video is so that we have that high chance of success. Not we have maybe a good base of where we might want our channel to go. Let's talk about actually building up an audience. And one of the most important ways to do this is to post a mix of growth and uniqueness on your channel. So you want videos that both draw people in and keep people to the channel. The videos that draw people and are going to be on sort of fads or on solving a problem, like for example on tutorials, and the things that are going to keep the people there are unique features. They're going to be something that only you have covered. And these videos aren't going to get as many views as the ones that draw people in. But what they're going to do is they're going to keep people subscribed because they're going to be something that they can't get anywhere else. So they want to come to your channel to see this content. So even though that it's so niche that it isn't getting a lot of searches, that your audience is going to get a lot of joy out of them and they're going to continue subscribing because of them. Justin a Show does this very well. You can see that he has tutorial to top 10 facts, 5 things, and I'll tell you something, stuff that draws people in, and then on top of that, he has these videos that sort of keep people there. He has the podcasts of basically local filmmakers. That's something you don't really see anywhere else on YouTube. So he has these things that draw people in, and he has these things that keep you there, that keep the uniqueness of the channel, and that creates something that only you will find on his channel. And that's really important to have this sort of balance between the two aspects. You don't want to go too far to just posting growth videos because you'll get a lot of views, but no one will want to stay. I've seen channels with 3 million views and only 2,000 subscribers. It's because they create the compilation videos that are just on basically whatever they want at whatever frequency they want. And it basically what it does, it creates these videos that are shareable. People enjoy them, they watch them, but they don't subscribe to the channel because there's nothing really that they'll get from it. There's no uniqueness except maybe more compilation videos. And so a lot of times you'll see these channels that have this weird dynamic because they're posting too much growth, there's no personality, there's no sort of soul behind the channel, and therefore you don't get that continuous audience that'll subscribe to you and will either watch your videos or maybe buy her products down the line or something like that. So you don't build the audience. And if you go too far in the near side, you just won't get any views. Everything will be way too far into Einish. And therefore people aren't actually going to be able to come to your channel. When they do come to your channel, you get a nice slow growth, but you won't have those sort of videos that pop, that bring people to the channel on my channel. Because I stick mainly with tutorials is a little more tricky, but what I do is I try to find common problems, very common problems like creating a ghosting trail or smooth slide transition or whip pan transition, and I make videos on those. These are the things that sort of bring people to the channel, stuff that people are looking for constantly. And then I have sort of very specific tutorials after that, something that people aren't going to search for often, like the tech sheen effect and the animated glass overlay effect in the mirror effect, the heat wave. These sort of things are unique to my channel. There aren't many other or any other tutorials on these subjects, so people will come to the channel through these gateways of these popular things, and then they'll stay with the channel to see these other transitions, these other sort of really unique features that no one else is teaching right now. And so you want a very good balance of this. Usually it's a good ratio, about maybe 1 out of every 5 videos make it a growth video. The other 4 sort of make them niche videos. And this will change if, like, for example, you're posting weekly content that maybe you want to make every other one sort of a growth, And then you have unique sort of stuff you want to sort of find that balance so that you get people viewing your channel and then you get people to stay on your channel as well. Another thing to do to get your audience to start building is to find a problem and just solve that problem. So what if you create content? A lot of times it is just for entertainment value or just a very simple educational value. But if you can create content that solves an active problem, then you will get a lot of use and therefore a lot of exposure and more chance to grow with subscribers and things like that. So what you want to do is you want to find a problem in your niche, and this can be harder or easier depending on what your niche is. So for me, I make tutorials. It's actually a little bit difficult to find something that no one else has created a tutorial on. So a lot of times what I have to do is I have to either think of a problem that I've had in the past and create a video on that, or go look at some common high sort of traffic videos and then see if the problem was solved. A lot of people like that solution, and if they do not, that's sort of my opportunity to jump in and solve the problem myself to figure out a better way, a faster way, a more efficient way to do it. And so finding these little spots is really important. For example, it might even be if you're let's say you are snowboarding channel, and all you do is post snowboarding content. Maybe there's no good reviews, video reviews of, Mount Copper or Copper Mountain, I forget which one it is. In Colorado, maybe there's no good reviews of that. And that's a problem that you can solve if you live near the area. Maybe making a day trip out there and making a video on or a view of that would be a very good thing, because there might be a lot of search volume for people looking for video reviews of that area. And if you can create that, if you can fill that little hole, then you'll start getting really good organic traffic and you'll start bringing people to your channel. So, creating sort of cliche content isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, everyone needs their sort of base videos, but looking for things to share, looking for things that are going to get shares, that are going to solve a problem that people are going to get actual value from. That's the best way to start building up your YouTube channel. One of the things that I did was I researched a couple of topics, some topics that I thought that people would search for a lot. And through research and searching these, I created a couple of videos, and at first they didn't do very well. But over time, they actually started to fill the niche more and more. And one of my videos had to reduce grain in Premiere Pro actually has 172,000 views. And that's just from about a year of viewing, and all it is I just find a way to do it without plugins. It is not the best. I tell everyone that you'll probably want to use plugins as a professional, but here's a way to do it without them. And this allows people to have a separate option, something that no one else has taught before. And when they check in this, they'll see that other option that they can use. And so finding these sorts of areas, finding these niches of your vlogger, finding places to review, or if you are, a craftsperson, finding a way to create something that a lot of people want to create, but they don't necessarily have the skill to do it. So maybe you find a way to do it in a less skilled manner. There's a lot of ways to do it. All you need to do is think. What's the problem? How can I solve the problem? So that's simple. What's the problem? How can I solve the problem? If you get that down, make videos on that sort of content, you'll start gaining a lot of organic traffic and people start coming to look for you because you can solve the problems or create content to solve problems. That will be a fantastic way to get your YouTube channel to grow. Another way to create content that will start getting some organic views is to create what I call piggyback content. So what you're going to do is basically find a video that is really popular in your niche. A lot of times it's really easy just to go to YouTube and search whatever your niche is. So in this situation, I'm searching snowboarding, and you'll see that these are the most popular videos for snowboarding in the past. Whatever I think of a year, whatever YouTube sort of filters it to whatever it wants, you can change it from relevance to you count, for example. And it'll give you the most viewed and just sort of play around in this and find some popular stuff. And what you want to do with this is you want to find a video that maybe you could do something on something and you can piggyback off of. People love second opinions. So whenever there's only one opinion out about something, it can be sort of one-sided. If they want to travel somewhere, they don't just want to watch one video on it. They want to watch 4 or 5 videos on it. If people want to learn something, they want to watch one, the other one to watch 4 or 5 different tutorials at all, teach it in a different way. And so what you can do is you can fill in one of those slots that people will watch. So what you want to look for is content that is very popular but maybe only has one video on that subject. Maybe only 2 videos on that subject and they're completely different. You want to find a way that you can sort of put your video in there, you can slide it in there and piggyback off of these other people's successes. The reason this works is because YouTube has a related video sort of thing. And once it realizes that a person is watching maybe 2 or 3 videos on an Italian resort, it'll start recommending videos that are similar to that. And if you create a video that is similar to that, it'll recommend your video for them, and therefore you'll get that organic content. So here, if we were searching for it, snowboarding, we could go down here, and one of the things is maybe tips for snowboarding with style, maybe a really good snowboarder. And that sort of rings out to me. I can create a video similar to this one. My tips on snowboarding with style and put it in there. And it will start getting some of the views from this video. It'll start. People come to this one and then they'll get recommended to my video. And so you want to jump in here. You want to find what is being popular and then create a video that's sort of along the lines of that popular. Don't just copy and paste someone else's work. Find a better way to do it. Find a different angle of approach. Find a better way of talking about it, or maybe a different way of talking about it. Maybe if it's like a log or a location. Like if we went and we search for something, like the Uitate, which is a very beautiful place in Italy. We can see. There's maybe some blogs here, maybe the chief waiteré that's sort of like an informational, and maybe we can do it in a different way, a fun way, something that is different than what's been done before, but that still will piggyback on all of this success. So finding some piggyback tutorials or finding some piggyback videos are a great way to sort of create a little content and to draw a little bit of sort of that view power from these videos into your channel, and you start getting people that are already interested in the niche to come to your channel as well, which is great for growth. Once we've created our video, it's important to get people to actually watch that video. We've created something that we think people are going to like. We've chosen a topic, or we've created a really high-quality piece of content. Now we need to get people to actually watch that content, and to do this, we need to have them click on it first. And that's what this idea of the click-through rate is, or a lot of people call it the CTA. They'll be mainly what you see throughout the course and online to get people to watch our video. We have a couple of tools in our arsenal. We have the thumbnail, the title, the description, and then the overall SCA, which is going to be like the keywords and all of these, plus the tags. Why are these all important? Well, the thumbnail is the most important because the thumbnail is the thing that you see, and no matter where you are on YouTube, whether it's going to be recommending or video on the recommended videos, usually on the right side of the browser, or at the end of video, or on the main screen, or when you search. The thumbnail is going to be there a lot of times. The title will also be there. So that's the second most important. Sometimes the title won't be there, but most of the time it'll be there as well. And the description usually only comes up whenever you do a search, but it's still important, because when a lot of people do searches, and when they do searches, they want to see that little description. Text them, and then that might be the difference between if they click on yours or someone else's. So what we want is, we want to get a better click-through rate. YouTube will basically tune the algorithm to help us out. They will give us a whole bunch of traffic, all known as impressions. Impressions or views or someone that looks at your box. They're going to try to tweak the numbers a little bit on your account. They're going to move it up a little bit and see if people click on your content and if they'll actually continue watching. Remember, YouTube wants to keep the viewer on the website. They want to keep that viewer on the website as long as possible. So if your video is something that both gets people to click on it and gets people to stay, then you're going to be very, very heavily favored by that algorithm. So the important part is the first one, which is to get people to click on that content. Think of it like this. The average CCR is usually between 2 and 10%, and it can go way higher than this, and it can go way lower than this as well. Last month on my channel, I had 3.81 million impressions. That means just a 2% increase if I found a way to get 2% more CPR. That would be an increase of 77,000 views, and I think I'm running somewhere around 320,000 views a month right now. So if I get another 7,700, that would be a massive increase of basically 25% plus increase on my account, just from that little extra click-through rate. So it's very important. And again, it's helpful for whether YouTube will recommend your video more so in this section that we're going to cover on. We're going to be going over what makes a good thumbnail, creating a brand, creating good titles and descriptions, and trying to increase that click-the rate of people. When they see your video, they click on it and they watch it. Let's go actually find our click-through rate if we're going to be manipulating titles and descriptions and thumbnails to try to improve that click-the rate. We want to go to an area that will allow us to see that click-through so we can see what changes are being made. So all you need to do is go to your analytics page, and then this is the new sort of analytics page. The beta here, it has some really neat features. Click-through is one of them. If we go down here to the See More button, we're then going to be presented with this view right here. And in this view, we have the impressions click-through rate, and this rate right here is going to show us exactly the rate that we are looking at. It's basically how many people saw it. What percentage of those people clicked on it and actually watched at least a little bit of the video, and now you'll see that some of them are a little bit of outliers. This one, for example, it has 2,700 views and 25% click-through. That one probably isn't the most honest or the most authentic click-through rate. And that's just because it doesn't have a lot of impressions, and therefore it's just a small subset of people clicked on it. It'll really influence us. So we want to look for is our highest impression and still high click-through. You can see right here this one is important. It's got 125,000 impressions, while at the same time have maintaining a 14% click there. So that means there's something special about this video, whether it's the thumbnail, the description, the text, a problem that people are having a lot of. There's something about it that's giving it this high click-through rate, and that's the one we want to analyze. Same with down here, you'll see that we have one with 1,400 impressions and one with 75,000 impressions, and they're both exactly the same click-through rate. We would want to take a look at this one because this one is maintaining its high click-through at a very high amount of impressions. So overall, this is a great place for you to check out those click-through, and you can even do little experiments. This right here, I believe, is just for the last 28 days. So we would want to, maybe if we're doing something more, maybe the last 365 days. That'll give us maybe a more honest view of the click-through. And now you can see all the impressions go up here because it is now last year. And we can see this one is actually pretty important because that's when it's still at the top. Even on has 24,000, it has a 26% click-the rate. So that when I would want to take a look at that, see what I did best. So I did good about this one and how I might be able to use those techniques in future videos. But that is how to find your click-the rates. Like I said, really easy to find a great thing. You can download it right here with the Export Current View. Check it out in Excel, do formulas on it, whatever, but it's a great place to look at it so you can compare it and see what the best videos are and see what your changes are over time. So let's go to the first topic of attracting an audience, and that is to make better thumbnails. Like in the last lecture, I was discussing how thumbnails are one of the most important things to increase that CTR, that click-through rate. And this is true. Thumbnails are extremely important for this. Think of a thumbnail as like the album cover on a music album or the book cover on a book or something sitting on a shelf in a store. They're all designed to grab our attention and to make us want to grab that item and to purchase that item. YouTube is the exact same way. It's just like a store. There are a ton of videos trying to do what you are doing, and so what you want to do is you want to make a thumbnail that stands out. You want to have something that draws attention so that when people look at your thumbnail, they want to see more. They want to click on it, and they want to watch your video. And so there are 3 aspects that really help with this, and that is to create or to have key information displayed to show the action and to create interest. Here's a thumbnail I just found by searching After Effects on YouTube, And After Effects is a visual editing program. So with this, we can see that the key information is immediately displayed in the corner. Here we have new features, and then we have the two symbols, the two commonly known symbols of Premiere Pro and After Effects. So these two icons create a sense of familiarity. The new features instantly allows us to know that it's something new having to do with these two things. So if we work in those fields, of course, that's going to draw interest too. To that, we want to know what's new in our field. Then we have this arrow. A lot of times arrows are used. Arrows are a lot of times they can be used as clickbait sort of things. They point to something that never actually shows up in the video, but when they use strategically, they're very good to focus attention. And so we have an after effect sort of composition in the background. That's the program right here. And then we have this arrow pointing to an unknown effect. And so that's generating interest. And it's also showing the action of editing in here. And then finally, what we have over here is a look of surprise on the face. Now this does two things. This first creates interest because as a human being, we associate with that emotion. We see it and we instantly get a little bit surprised. We want to know what the surprise is. And two, if we've watched this person's videos before, that it's going to add a sense of familiarity. It's going to add a sense of trust because we've watched this person's videos and we know, oh, that's X, Y, and Z person. I like his videos, let me click on it and learn about this new topic. And so that overall is sort of a breakdown of a really good thumbnail here. I bet you the click-through rate on this is very, very good. Let's take a little look around you to add some examples of some really good thumbnails. So the first one we want to go over is right here. Good Mythical Morning, again, is a great show that it sort of has a video every single day. And their thumbnail game is usually really, really strong. So you can see right here, this video over here, you're showering wrong. It instantly sort of attacks us as a person, it creates controversy, and it makes us want to know what do you mean? I'm showering wrong then. We have the very familiar face right here. And if you watch Good Mythical Morning, you know who this is. And it makes you a laugh because you can see that he's being just a little bit goofy, and B, you want to know, okay, what experiment are they doing today? So overall, this encapsulates the episode, and it draws interest. Then you have this one right here. You have the look of like Contemplation Bug, Sushi, Verse, iSushi. They do a lot of gross game foods or gross food games. And so this is making you want to watch. You want to figure out, what are they doing today again? And then this has this sort of choice here where you want to see them choose themselves. A lot of times you actually have these taste tests as well right here, like the Flaming Hot Snacks taste test, and they'll put all of the flaming hot stuff in there. If you're a flaming hot sort of fan, you'll look in there and you'll want to know what was their thoughts on these different areas. And you can see that there's flame, and on here there's flame and hot there. It's in the title. It's really trying to hit that keyword, and it's trying to make you click on it again. But overall, all of this stuff is very good at getting us to click on it. If we do another search here, we just do. Back in the After Effects search, you can see that there are some really good thumbnails here. There is that one right there. We have this one which sort of captures everything that we want in a thumbnail. It tells us we're going to learn in 20 minutes. It's got some nice colors to it. It shows what we're going to be learning. It creates overall some good interest down here. I think this is a really good one. This shows us what we're going to be able to create here, that sort of NBA lights effect. And just a little thing to show us what we're going to be creating in. And so if we look at this, we see After Effects and we're like, well, I assume it's going to be a tutorial on this look to it. And we got it, is a tutorial. I want to learn more down here again. Another use of effects shows the lightning going and shows what we're going to be creating with it. And then it shows that we're actually fantastic big spell effect in After Effects. So overall, thumbnails. Very, very important for getting that click-through rate. You want to be active, not passive in this. You want to think about it. You want to figure out what am I creating and how do I create it. And if you can do that, if you can create thumbnails that generate interest, well then you are going to be getting more and more views, which means more and more subscribers. Let's go over the other key area to influence click-through rate, and that's going to be your title and your description. So the title and description are important because they are the other things. Once people have seen your thumbnail, So if we have a thumbnail right here, we usually on a search will have the title stretching out like this, and then a description that usually has about 1.5 lines before it cuts away to just a single ellipses, and meaning that there's more beneath it. But this is all we're showing. And so what we need to do with our title and description is we've already gained their interest perhaps from the thumbnail, and now they're looking over here. We need to have something in this title and description that makes them click on this video instead of going to one of the other videos. And that is the key point here. So to do that, we need to do a couple of things. The first off is that we need to cover the main points, including your, what I call, spin on it. So there's going to be a lot of people trying to create the same content, reviewing the same products, doing the same travel blog. You want to show them while yours is different. You want to put a location on them that people might be specifically searching for. You want to put maybe a little bit of a controversial statement, your opinion right in the title, whatever it is. You want to make sure that it covers the main point and it puts a sort of an idea of why yours is different and why people should click on yours. It also has this interesting dance where we still need to think about SCA, we still need to think about that search engine optimization. And because of that, we need to contain keywords throughout this. What are the most common ways that people are going to find this video and put those keywords inside of the title and the description? And finally, we need to word it in a way that's going to create some interest. And this is sort of where people go a little bit crazy, and you get those extremely clickbait titles that are just like basically open-ended questions, or they have that star and they put stuff in their parentheses, princes, stuff like that. And the reason people are doing that is because it's creating interest. It's making people click on it. However, the effect of that has sort of worn off over the years, sort of like, the boy who cried, wolf. If people keep doing it, it becomes the norm, and therefore it doesn't stand out anymore. So I might advise against that because it sort of makes you look a little gimmicky, but a little bit of this every once in a while is a good way to boost some views. Let's take a little look around the internet again. So I have searched how to change a tire, and this is the results that come up on YouTube, and you'll see that what we have is the title and then the description right down here. And you'll notice that this title does a good thing. It uses this pipe character right here, and that allows us to sort of put almost two titles. So we have how to change a tire and then change a flat tire or a flat car tire, step by step. So this is sort of trying to hit two different search queries here. First off is the basic one, and then second one is sort of a spin here. One that the spin is, it's showing us that there's going to be a step-by-step tutorial, and a lot of people are looking for that. They don't really know how to change a tire, so they want to see the step-by-step tutorial. You'll notice also in the description here, whatever we search, whatever's in our query will be bolded in the description. This not only draws our interest, but it shows us that keywords are being used here to choose this description over, or this sort of video over the other videos. I noticed down here we have another one, how to change a tire. Plus jacking it up, so it's trying to show you that we're also going to show you how to use the car jack, but you'll notice that we don't have any of the keywords in the first couple of sentences. Now this could be targeting a different keyboard set. Maybe this is targeting people searching how to change a car wheel instead of a car tire, which is a common misconception. People think the word wheel and tire are synonymous with one another, so maybe he's trying to capitalize on that market. However, I think because there's a lack of keywords in here, and because the video is actually a lot longer, we might lose that spot. The longer videos typically do better. However, if I'm on the side of the road stranded and I'm trying to figure out how to change a car tire, I might go with this 5:35 video before I jump into the really long video. Something else, an entirely different point there, but something to think about whenever you're creating videos. There's another spin here, might be like a sort of a more tongue-in-cheek way of teaching it how to change a flat tire like a boss. That's the spin again. You'll notice that none of these are just called how to change a tire again because that doesn't have your spin on. It doesn't make people want to click on it. Down here is a woman's guide to China. Changing a tire. This might, there might be some familiarity here with women trying to search this online. A lot of us are taught by men, and a lot of times a woman just wants to learn from another woman. So this is a great way to capture that market. I bet you if we looked at the demographics of these, this one would substantially more women watching it than any of these videos. And it capitalizes on that perfectly, and that's why, if you notice it, actually has more views than any of these videos right here. So a great sort of marketing technique on that one. And then we have, of course, a whole bunch of other results. Everyone trying to do their own thing. But overall, you'll notice that what we have is that description, that really nice title and description is what is going to get people to want to click on your video. It's going to make YouTube want to rank your video more because more people are clicking on it, and overall, it will build your audience faster. Let's go over a practical way of finding some new ideas and topics for future videos. So we've talked about titles and descriptions and thumbnails and about how they're important to CTR. Well, the other thing is that we need to actually create content that allows us to create good titles and content and descriptions and thumbnails. If we're creating content that no one wants to watch, what doesn't matter how good any of those other things are? No one is going to click on it because they weren't looking for something in that area. However, if we create content that is highly searched for and is very high quality, then we can actually start drawing that traffic in. So if you know we're getting off a topic that we create has 100 million searches, we want to create a topic in that realm so that people will actually see our video and at some point click on it. And a great way to do that is to look on Google Trends. So a lot of people used to advertise going to Google AdWords to find topics. However, nowadays you actually have to pay money before you get to that screen. Google sort of got wise on that. However, Google Trends is still a free-to-use software, and all it is it's their data sort of put into graphs. So people search for things, and they take those search topics, and they give you the graphs and the relative frequency of those searches, and you can see there's some neat little things on here, like we have how much the World Cup is being searched, where it's being searched, and you can go through this to different areas. Fortnite, that was important. Very important game nowadays. Game of Thrones is neat, is that this is every single season when the season began. You can see that it got more and more popular over time, but we can use it to find our next great topic. So, let's say that we're trying to make some productivity vlog or something where we're trying to help people become more productive. Try to work towards their dream sort of thing. So let's say that we have two topics to stay focused and maybe where we are a college student as well, so we can also give advice on college organization. And you will see that what we have here is a pretty close match. However, stay focused is taking the cake for most of us of the time here. There is this neat little area in here where they sort of go together. And so if you're going to release a college organization video, you might want to aim for this time period. There's something special about this. Maybe it's finals. Maybe it's people trying to, recover their grade from the past year. There's something special here, so this is something that you want to, maybe a time that you would like to release this, and we could even search for something like final study. We might need, change that went around, and you can see that the finals is actually right around November and December. This is substantially more search volume than any other point. And right around the spring semester ending, and this is the spring semester ending on the other side. But you can see there's two great points, so if you're going to release final study material, you would definitely want to release it right in these time periods that would get you the most views. And it would be a lot better of an idea to release the final study video than stay focused in college organization during these times. Use those other two videos in these low points. And tonight you can see you've kind of got this idea. You can put these terms in here and you can find out their relative search frequency and try to jump on the bandwagon for those different areas. We can also do this for really anything. Let's say you're in a CBU or a tech sort of channel where you're reviewing things and you're showing people new technology like Linus Tech Tips or any of those channels. Well, you can come in here and look at what people are searching for, and you can see that just from this either the best graphics card or the best sleep U that most people are more interested in, the better sleep U than they are in a graphics card. So that would probably be the topic you want to start with. First, of course, you can always make a best graphics card video, but if you're looking for the next topic, the CPR video will probably get you a little bit more views and a little bit more audience growth than the graphics card. Now, if we come in here, though, and we change this, and we add a new one in Best Laptop, we have the ability to compare different laptops. Well, you'll see, that's the clearly superior one here, especially around Christmas. People are buying for the holidays, and this is actually, it looks like peaking on Black Friday. So if you want to create a video for best laptop right around Black Friday, it would be a great place to put that video. And overall, it would be a better choice than even the best graphics card and best CPO. So this would be a great way to figure out, hey, we should probably create a best laptop video if you have the resources for that. That would be where you have a really good ability to grab some market share. I do tutorials on Adobe products. And so it's kind of cool to put all the Adobe products in here and see which ones are most popular. I actually have a decently popular channel with Premiere Pro. However, you can see that Photoshop and InDesign are actually more popular than Premiere. So if I was going to change my channel direction, or if I want to start, expanding into different markets, Photoshop Men and Design are definitely tutorials that I need to start working on. We can add even another one in here, After Effects, to see how it ranks and all of this. And you'll notice that even After Effects is a little bit more popular. So my channel right now is sort of underutilized because I am working on the lowest tier of search volume. So again, if I want to expand my channel, I have an idea. Now I want to go with InDesign. I want to go with After Effects, and I want to go with Photoshop so that I can start getting some of that greater traffic. And finally, let's say you are making a gaming channel, put all the games that you want to cover in here and see the relative popularity. Of course, Fortnite is going to be at the top because it's still one of the top games out. You can see Apex. That was while one was released. You can see no one was really surging that, and then when it was released, it came up to a lot of popularity. But the popularity has been dying off a bit, maybe a little recovery back here. And then this new game that came out, Days Gone, depending on when you watch this video, it might not be new, but you can see that is a little bit of a pop right there for that game. But yeah, you might want to, for example, remove all of the competitive games and only do a list of non-competitive single-player games on here to see which one is the most popular. But overall, Google Trends a fantastic place to look for your next great topic and to figure out when you might want to release your content, find those keywords, and to build that audience. Branding is also important whenever you're thinking about your thumbnails. We've been talking about that idea of familiar equity, and that is what branding does. This wouldn't be a section in this course if I didn't talk about consistency at least once, and that's what branding is for your thumbnails. It's a consistency that's tied to your channel. So this consistency allows people to have that familiar sort of feeling whenever they look at one of your thumbnails, they know it's your video, and it makes them more likely to click on it. Because of that, we have 4 sets of thumbnails here from 4 popular YouTube channels. Over here is the court or crew, and you can see that they have a very consistent design. The insides of it sort of change around to basically be what would be larger-than-life representations of their video. So you can see that they basically take whatever their idea is, put it in there, and then sort of have a lot of emotion and a lot of different little fun in here to create it. And then they also have their logo, and then this internal border area right here. And so that's their design. That's their typical design, right? When you see this logo and whatever is in there, you instantly know it's a quarter crew video, and you either want to click on it or you want to know more. Here is Good Mythical Morning again, and you'll see that down the list here. We have a very big variety, but the main aspect here is typically the 2 actors here, right, in link. And you'll see that one of their faces in it is in each one of these. And that shows you that this is essentially a Good Mythical Morning video. Again, getting that familiarity from that familiar face, making you feel more comfortable and wanting to click that one over here with Andrew Wong, and you can see it's typically with an instrument of some sort. And then his face with that instrument, that's his typical thumbnail. Again, that familiarity over here, we have Snowman Gaming, and you'll notice that he's actually created a very sort of artsy style for his different of thumbnails. They're very video game oriented, usually having the character or whatever game he's talking about. Also, he has this You Need to Play, and that's branding within branding. So he has his whole series called You Need to Play, and then whatever the game is, plus a couple of images from that game, usually in this green setting. And so that's, again, branding and branding. You have Snowman Gaming, and there's also a sub-brand of you need to play within there that makes you want to click on it as well. And then there's this right here. You also notice that his borders, the border color is this very thin border that fits whatever color is the main thumbnail. Again, going more into that sort of theme and that branding idea, but overall, this is the idea behind branding. You want to create thumbnails that are consistent with one another. Having those things that draw people in is great. But you also want to change it just a little bit so that it fits your brand, and then it draws people in and people get that familiarity. Up until this point, we have been working for an algorithm. Essentially, what we've been trying to do is make it so that our video comes up during searches and YouTube itself directs traffic to our videos. And you'll notice that this is going to be a large chunk of your viewership. However, when you're a small channel, sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes YouTube doesn't come to our favor, and it won't recommend the videos, and our search won't go to the top. So what do we do in those situations? What we need to understand that there are different ways to get to YouTube, and that our video is out there. No matter what that means, that if we give that link out, we can bring people in, and we don't even have to have YouTube to get that content seen. Then if we get enough of our content seen, we get enough subscribers, then YouTube will start recommending it, and it sort of goes in a chain reaction from there. So we need to talk about direct marketing and outside sources. We're essentially going to become our own promoter instead of just putting up flyers and hoping that people watch and come to our store. We're going to go out and we're going to try to promote our store. And in this situation, our channel to other people, we're going to try to show them the benefits of our channel. We're going to try to answer questions and solve problems with our channel on different outside sources, the whole time linking back to our videos so that people will come to our videos and hopefully subscribe. A lot of this is direct linking, like with forums and with different websites, and even some alliances linking within YouTube itself, trying to build each other up, getting different audiences to view your videos while sharing your audience with someone else's videos. And this is a great way to build up a small channel and get it bigger because, again, YouTube's algorithm might not be in your favor, and so you have to try to turn the table on them. We don't want to leave everything up to YouTube on my channel. You can see that I get a vast majority from a YouTube search. People have a problem. They go to YouTube, they search it, and usually my video comes up because that's just the nature of my channel. However, I also get a really strong amount of external viewership, almost 30%. I get this 30% from Google searches, which I've optimized my videos to hopefully be at the top of the Google searches, but also more importantly, linking it in places like forums and on my own website. I generated a website, and basically all I do is just write about the videos I create, and then when people search on Google, my article comes up. They click on my article, and then they come to my video. So I've actually created a funnel for people to get to my videos so that I can get more external links than with those external links. The age of algorithm says these are even more trustworthy. It recommends it to more people, and you have this cascading effect, which is something that we want to attain. So in this section, that's what got me really talking about direct marketing and outside sources being our own promoter so that we can get people to come in and find that little extra chunk of viewership to help expand our video. Another way to start building up your influence, it's become a positive sort of asset to your niche market. So what you want to do is you want to get your name out there in a very positive way and a non-spammy way. So you want to become this positive influence, you want to help out other people, you want to basically get your name known. The best way to do this is to find other channels that are related to your niche. Usually for this to work the best, find big channels. So for example, on my channel, I am the Adobe Master. And what I do is I create basically tutorials on Premiere Pro, After Effects, and it's sometimes like Photoshop and design and things like that. So my realm is really in the video editing and the filmmaking world. So I go find other channels that are, video making and filmmaking. What I can do is I can start to put my name out there. What you want to do is you want to find a video that is maybe doing pretty good in some of these markets. And you'll notice that when these people get really popular, up to 300, 400,000 subscribers, they'll get, maybe 2,000, 3,000 comments per video. They can't respond to every one of those comments, and a lot of times will be people in here that are asking questions, maybe really simple questions, and you can be the positive influence by helping out answer those questions. So you're helping the original video creator, you're helping yourself, and you're helping other people. And what this does is it allows you to have your name basically put into a bunch of different places, and maybe someone else has that you know. Question. So for example, right here is this, the only available through a subscription. Probably talking about the Adobe, so I could respond here. Yes. Adobe is a subscription-based service, you have to do that. Here's the link to it. Yeah, you can go through there. I can put my comment on there, and maybe Terry Taylor might come in, look at my video now because I helped him out. He might check out my channel really fast, and same with anyone who's going through there. And there's these really big questions. There's some discussions a lot of times in here on this stuff, and all you want to do is you just want to come in here and you just want to sort of comment, help people out, and just sort of be a good influence. And through doing that, what you'll do is that you'll actually start to, like I said, put your name out. There people start seeing your name more often. Just start getting some clicks from these people. They'll look at your channel, and if they like what they see, they'll subscribe to you, and they'll be a natural subscription. It won't be you spamming them trying to say, hey, Friday, I have great videos like this. Hey, look at this. All it's going to be is these people that are naturally sort of funneling into your channel and then subscribing, and it'll get you a really sort of solid base audience going, and you'll start to be able to build up things, and then that'll start to slowly snowball over time. So get your name out there, go find some channels, be a positive influence, help people out. Don't be a negative influence. Don't like come in here and start arguments or anything that will get jealous, dislikes, and people that basically just will never subscribe to you in life become a positive influence. Get your name out there. It's a great way to start building your audience. Another great way to get some external links to your content, to get some people from outside to come view your content, is to join an external community. These are all over the place. If you search for your topic online, you can either search for it on Reddit, which is sort of like a main conglomerate of these sort of mini communities, or you can just search for a forum that has to do with your community. Either way, join those communities and become active members in those communities. If you do that and you start building up your reputation, every time you share a link, people are going to click on it and you're going to start getting a trickle of subscribers. This is great if you are starting off with 0 or under 100 subscribers because you actually build up this personal relationship with other people and they are more likely to subscribe and watch your content. The more you get, the more YouTube will start sort of favoring you and you again get that chain reaction going. Here is a Reddit one. This is our slice of VFX, so it's a Reddit based on visual effects. So, if you had a channel that's close to what Cord or Digital does make short content, or even tutorials about VFX, this would be a great place to come. You join this community, you start talking to people. Once you get a big enough reputation, then you can start sharing some content every once in a while, being like, hey, check out this new effect I just created. And people will actually begin to watch it. If you notice in the very top, we actually have someone that has created a demo reel and they're asking for people's advice and generating views that way. Another place is, you will see this person is putting the joy of 3D painting, and this is obviously a YouTube video, so he's getting people to watch it. People love thumbs up to it. There's probably people that have already clicked on it and subscribed this channel because they like what they see. So joining Reddit is a great way to get a couple more comments, to get a couple more people to come to your channel, to get a couple more subscribers. Another great place is on a forum. This I just found after I searched RV forum. A lot of our viewers like to create YouTube channels, so joining a forum like this would be a great idea. What's neat about a forum is there's typically a signature block on any forum, and you'll notice down here we have that signature block and someone actually sharing a WordPress website. Imagine replacing this with your YouTube channel and then being an active member of this community. So far, this person has commented or has created 1,460 posts. That means that there are 1,460 different places that they are channel, or in this situation, their WordPress isn't linked. If you became an active part of this community and you linked your YouTube channel and you commented all the time you join conversations, well, you're going to slowly get people that scroll by. They know you by name now because you're always here, and they'd like, this guy has a YouTube channel. Let me check that out. They'll click on it, and a lot of times I'll subscribe your channel, especially if it's small, because they want to help you out. And so you can build up a little base here, and again, begin getting on YouTube's good side, and start getting that growth naturally over time. So joining a forum that's dedicated to your topic is another great thing. Reddit, a forum. Both of these are great communities. Join them, become active members in them, and you'll start seeing some people start coming your channel and subscribing because of it. Another great way to get some external audience growth is through websites, so you can do this one of two ways. The first way is to find articles and to go down to their comments section and sort of behave like forums or any other communities, answering people's questions and occasionally posting a link to your video every once in a while. As long as you don't post links with every single comment, you probably won't be marked as spam, and you'll actually get a couple links on the website, and then some people coming through might scroll down, see it, and want to check yours out. But another great way is to find some lower-end blogs, or just find really any blog and to try to contact the blog master or the webmaster, whoever creates content. Is you want to contact. The reason for this is a lot of times they're just trying to get as much content out as possible. So if you come to them and offer to write an article with your video linked, they're probably going to accept it. If you do that and you put an article on one of these websites, you're probably going to get a whole lot of views from that, as well as adding to their overall growth, because they're the ones that are going to get the money for the ads on here. They're going to get the subscriptions to their email service. But if you put an actual article on there, people are going to watch your YouTube video and want to come to your channel. So it's a win-win situation. So in these situations, try to find a Contact Us button and just send a couple of emails out. Go to the blogs that are working with your topic. Send some emails, ask if you could write an article for them and see what they say. All they can do is say no. And I mean, it's just an email, so there's really no harm, no foul to doing this. And if you get just a few articles out there, you'll get a lot of traffic coming into your channel, and you'll get a good base of external audience growth. Building. Another area to focus on, especially if you have a channel that's already a little bit established, is social media. If you're just starting out, this probably isn't the best area to begin with because you need an audience on these social media platforms to pull into YouTube. So each one of these platforms is going to be run differently, and you'll need to look up the best ways to get an influencer market in each one of these, because they're all wildly different. And each one of these can have an entire course on just how to get a good following. But if you focus on social media, if you become an active member of Twitter, or you're really good with Instagram posts, or you love Pinterest, or you're great with Facebook groups, then this shouldn't be overlooked. You can build up audiences on these and then push them over to your YouTube channel, or you can have them work side by side. If you have a Facebook group and you tell people that if they have any questions, they can come to your Facebook group, well, you'll get this sort of back and forth going between YouTube and Facebook, and you'll get a great addition to some content from that. So you'll be able to post on Facebook and then go to YouTube, from YouTube logo to Facebook, and you will get both sides of the coin there. So social media definitely shouldn't be overlooked if you are trying to build some external influence. Once you have a few videos created, YouTube Analytics is a great place to come to do some research on those videos and figure out what your next topic and video should be about. Whenever you're building up an audience, you need to create content that people want to watch. This is very, very important idea. There is, of course, always going to be room for you to create random content and to do some things that you know might not be the most popular. However, if you're trying to build an audience, then creating content that builds an audience is important here. And the other way to find out that is to create a bunch of videos and see which ones are performing the best. See which topics are doing the best. And then try to create more content along those lines to start raking in more of those views and more of that audience growth. So the YouTube Analytics tab is easy enough to get to. It's on the left side over here under Analytics. This is the Studio Basic, or the beta, the new YouTube video that's coming out by the time you are watching this. This might not be in bed anymore. It might be fully realized, but this is sort of the next step that YouTube is trying to do, and they are providing us more information than ever to start analyzing our channel on this main screen. Right here. What we have is, we have the ability to quickly see our watch time, views, and subscribers, and then our estimated revenue as well. And with this, we can try to track some trends and look at our overall growth compared to maybe the previous month or a previous period. You'll see that right now, I have this little growth of maybe a +1% of watch time, basically level, and views on a little drop in subscribers. My account sort of does this up and down motion, so if I do growth, that's going to go up and then come down, then come up a little bit higher and come down, and we can actually see this trend. If we back this off to, let us say, 365 days, it'll take a second to load, and you'll see that I have this trend where it's going. It's slowly increasing, but it's going up and down to get to that point. And that's the subscribers. The views is a lot more of a sort of determining of this. And this is because people usually watch my channel during weekdays, so the weekend is when it drops off, and in the weekday starting it comes up. So, mind you kind of have to look at it by going off the tips rate here to get to what the average is, and you'll notice that I have a whole bunch of videos here on the bottom that's showing me when I release my most recent videos, and you'll see that there's a little bit of a trend here. If I sort of have a lull, then it sort of levels out rage here. And then whenever I started releasing a whole bunch more content, it pushed it all the way up, and then it drops off after Christmas. It always does. We can actually go sort of to the lifetime, and you'll see that it does. But right after Christmas, there's always this drop, this strong drop, and that's because everyone goes on vacation. Right around Christmas time, a lot of people are working and trying to find, the next tutorial. But it's very interesting to see this sort of stuff, and you'll see the views are pretty much similar to the watch time here, always at drop. There's always a drop rate around April. It'll drop down into the summer, and then there's that sort of holiday push, and then it goes down and it goes up. But you can see that there's an overall nice growth here. Now on the bottom, we can bring this back to last 28 days on the bottom here. We can look at the top videos, and it's going to be by watch time. And this is the quickly see what videos are doing the best right now on the channel, and you'll see that Adobe InDesign is doing pretty good with watch time. And that's because it's a very long video. It's about a 35-minute video, and people are watching a good portion of that video. That means I have some very solid content here, and then I should be maybe creating more content based on InDesign. Also, if you highlight over any of these sort of areas here, you're going to get a little pop-up that tells you how to look at that information and use it. So right here you see most watch videos and time period over time. This can help you plan programming that takes advantage of seasonal trends. And so you can see the last 28 days, we've had a very strong surge in Adobe InDesign. So maybe that's some of the content I should be creating for this time period. Try to release some content to get more views in that realm. Real-time activity, it's going to show you what's been happening in the past 48 hours. Again, this is a little bit more important for a vlog-based channel to see what your growth is like. However, with my channel that has these cycles all the time, it's kind of hard to see any real good information from this. Overall, though, this is the main page of analytics, and through this section, we're going to be going over the rest of these pages to figure out how to look at our demographics, how to look at our YouTube videos, and to try to come up with some better topics for the future. So let's go over our first tab, and then it's going to be the Reach Viewers tab. So this tab is mainly focused on how we are reaching users and how they are coming to our videos. And with that information, we can then begin creating a strategy about how we might want to release content with the next great topic is, and what our videos should be about. So in this tab, we have this main overview here that's going to go over impressions, click-through rate views, and then unique view words. CEOs. You notice these two are not the same. That's because a unique viewer might view a couple of videos at the same time, so you see that I have 28,000 different people watching my video in this last 28-day span. But there are 304,000 views. That means that some of these people watched 2, 3, 4 videos, some of them came back, maybe they're subscribers, and they watched every time, or at least one. So we have the additional views right there. Now, this little chart right here is very important. This is the impressions and how they lead to watch time. So watch time is YouTube's sort of guide about how good your channel is doing. The better the watch time, the more ad revenue, the more subscribers, the more basically traffic YouTube is going to push you. Because remember what we're talking about here, this is YouTube algorithm. It wants to keep you on the website. So if you spend more time on the website, it thinks that you like the website more and that you'll keep coming back to the website. You'll keep looking at their ads. They'll keep making money. So if you can provide content that does that well, then they are going to keep promoting your content. So this shows you the overall impressions, how many people have seen the thumbnail and the title of our video somewhere. Next is our click rate. And we've talked about this a little bit before, but the impressions multiplied by the rates. The 8.3% is going to get how many views we have. So we had 1.7 million impressions, 8.3% of those people click through. That means we had 141.8K views. Those people watch on an average of 2 minutes and 9 seconds of content, which means we get about 306.2K minutes in the last 28 days. Now, if we bring this down to maybe like 90 days, this will change up a bit. You'll see that we have 5.6 million impressions, 8.5%, 474, 2 minutes, 1 million impressions of minutes. So this is good to know because it shows us our rate and it shows us our viewer Asian too. Very critical stats, and you can see that tiny manipulations here and here change the watch time huge. If this was 9.5%, then we would have a giant jump here, probably somewhere around 600,000 views, and that would mean that we would get every one of those views would be an average duration of 2 more minutes, which would increase the overall bottom line here. And if you see as I'm doing this, if I highlight over any of these, it's going to try to explain some of this stuff to us. So that's really good. If you want to just go around here, you can just highlight over a lot of stuff and I'll actually explain to you a lot of the importance of it. The next couple of little boxes we have here are also important. So we have traffic source types, and that's going to show us where our traffic is coming from. We have the YouTube search external suggested video director unknown browse features. And this basically is going to be showing us where is the content being watched from. Where are people coming from? And if we could see more button, it'll actually bring up this nice little chart. And there's actually a neat little trend here that we can do a little research on. So let's say that this is your chart and you're looking through it and you notice this right here. So there's this green line and we go down and we look at it, suggested videos, and for some reason at this period the suggested videos started dropping. So we go down to our lifetime view. We can take an even farther look at this and we'll notice that it goes up here and then it begins dropping off right here. And you can see the total is reflected by this because of this drop-off. The total actually went down for a few months before it came back up. And so let's investigate this a little bit. We can click on that green line and give it a little bit more explanation. And what you'll notice is that there is this sort of overall views on these 3 videos right here. Create smooth, beautiful rolling credits, cash-in and subtitles, and Adobe Premiere Pro dynamic link. And these were basically the key videos right here. They were all combining together. This group of videos, and then suddenly YouTube maybe. It changes algorithm. Maybe my videos just didn't fit with those videos anymore, or those videos started not getting views anymore, so mine started not getting views. Overall, though, we see that we got a lot of views from all of these other videos that aren't ours. And then, in sort of the span of a couple months that dropped down, and it went to this lower level. That means that maybe in the future, our content should be focused on looking for videos that are popular, that are really rate trending right now, and trying to create content for those videos. So trying to create something that very similar so we get the suggested video, because that's an area that we see we could use a lot of improvement with, because this was back a year ago. I have a whole lot more views and subscribers now, so I should be able to keep this going up instead of having it fall down. So that is how you could use analytics to sort of take a look at this and figure out maybe our next step is to look for some popular channels. Watch until they post something and try to create content close to it and post it within a day of when they post theirs. That might be a good strategy. Down here, we have the traffic source of the external stuff. So this will show us where our other traffic is coming from that isn't from YouTube. You can see that we have Google search Adobe Nasser, ZonNet to website I created to sort of keep some Google searches to bring them into my content. We have traffic sources suggested videos. So this is what we just took a look at. This is where we're getting most of our views. These are typically not our own videos. This top one actually is. That means that people are watching my video, and it's suggesting my videos from my video. However, there are other ones. These are not my videos that I'm being suggested from, so maybe want to go search these on YouTube and take a look at these videos and see what they're doing. See if they're releasing content, maybe try to jump on some of their content whenever they post it down. Here is the playlist. I make automatic playlists for all of my videos. It just reads the title and puts them in a playlist, and you'll see that Adobe InDesign is actually very popular there. So you can see that there's actually a little bit of trend here. I have Adobe and Design, Adobe and Design and Design and Design and Design. And then my top playlist is in Design, and then my top YouTube search is in Design and Design and in Design. So you can see that I post mainly Premiere Pro content. However, InDesign seems to be a hot area. It seems to be something that people are finding my channel a lot from YouTube search. 2.4% of all the searches that come into my channels are actually from InDesign searches, so that might be an area that I should look forward in the future. There's something about it that's getting people to come to my channel, and so therefore I need to look into actually creating more content for that area to fill that niche. But overall, your statistics are going to be completely different. But keep a lookout. Go through this stuff. Figure out where your traffic is coming from. Figure out where your searches are. What do people search to get to your video? What playlists are getting them there? What is YouTube's algorithm recommending based off others people's videos? And from that, you can get some good ideas about what your next topic and videos should be. The Interest Viewers tab is the next tab in the series. Now, it's not as important as Reach Viewers. There's not as much sort of groundbreaking information. However, it does have some key areas and allows us to analyze some of the tools that YouTube gives us to work with. So with the Interest Viewers tab, we have two main things on its main screen. Right here, we have again that watch time, and then we have average view duration. Now, on a channel that isn't mine, this might be a little bit more important because if you're making blogs, you definitely want this to go up. However, if you notice to almost my entire lifetime, this has stayed at rate about 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and that's just the typical time people watch a tutorial. A lot of people come to a tutorial and they scroll through, they find what they need, and they sort of move on. And because of that, it's kind of hard to get this to push up any farther. Now I could make longer foreign content, and that's something that I am actually planning on doing to see if I can bump this up just a little bit over time. But this will be very important if, again, you're releasing blogs and you can see that as you're releasing them over time, or even gaming videos, especially gaming videos, if you have like 30, 40, 50-minute long videos, you want to see if people are actually watching the entire thing, or if they're just watching a minute or two and then moving on to something else. So that would be a very important screen. Now, the next area that we want to take a look at is the cards down here. We have the top videos, and that's just going to be what the top watch time is. So what is most interesting to our viewers, what's getting the most view time, and we have the Adobe InDesign for absolute beginners is again that one at the top. But that's a 30-minute video, so that might make a little bit more sense on this. And we have the part down here again to check that out, to see. We can analyze video by video to see all of them over time. Can also changes around average viewer duration to see which one is the most viewed on average. And again, the average duration is 7 minutes and 23 seconds on that one. So it is quite a bit more than the rest of them. On these other ones, we have the ability to check out how our tools on YouTube are doing. So we have the ability to add in screens and to add cards on our videos, and from here, we can check to see how well they are working. And you can also check to see which part of them are working the best. So our top cards are actually a link to InDesign number 1, and I believe that is on the absolute beginners one at the very end. It links you to a series that I have about the basics, and it sort of takes you through 6 or so videos about these. And so it looks like a lot of people like that they watch the video and then they click on this and they move forward with the education and the process of learning. I do not use a lot of cards. Those you can see that there's not a lot of clicks going on with them and in the last 28 days. But we can check out the screens, and screens are on all of my videos, and we can see which ones are working the best. So here we can see that how to fade music, get in and out of Premiere Pro, we have at this point 3,454. So about 5.1% make it to that in screen, where it's actually being shown from this 7% of those click on something, which gives us a click per in-screen element shown of 2.5%. So this is actually a very small number. This is something that we could work on, and one of the areas that we could definitely work on is check out how low these percentages are. And this is the percentage of people who make it to the end of a video. And so we have very low percentages, which means we might need to try to make content that keeps people engaged all the way up until the end. We might need to change the way the structure of my videos are doing. Might need to change the pacing of the video. Maybe the longer ones actually do better, maybe the shorter ones do better. Something needs to change to try to get more people into the very end of a video. The next part out here is by the end screen element, and this is where statistics can be a little bit of a lie. So, here we have something that looks like the subscribe button is what most people click. However, if we check the statistics, we can see that it's actually a sort of an outlier. We have only 57 elements shown, and there was 1 click, and therefore it just sort of erroneously creates this high percentage, where if we actually put this out more, it might be less of a percentage point. So these are definitely enough information where they are probably pretty consistent, but that's one we might want to, raise an eyebrow at it, but we can check out. I use a best for viewer, so let YouTube algorithm decide the next video, and then most recent upload, my most recent upload, and then my Adobe Master's website. And you can see that there is not really a big difference between best for viewer and most recent upload. Now YouTube wants us to keep their content, key people on the website. So that's why I use best for viewer, because maybe they don't want to watch another one of my videos, but maybe YouTube has a good recommendation for the next video. If we can keep them on, YouTube appreciates it. Again, you get a little bump in those algorithm scores, and in most recent upload, again trying to keep it on my channel. So at a website, I like to leak that people can request the tutorial there, so some people do actually click on that league and go there. Overall, though, this again, I'd say it's not as important as reach viewers, but there are some little things that we can find from this. Some little areas that we can make some judgments on, and we can figure out what the next steps might be. Especially with that area. How many people make it to our end screen? How interesting is our content from that? We can try to make more interesting content and keep more people engaged. This last tab is all about building an audience, so a built-in audience, what we're focusing on is the demographics as well as subscriber ratios. So you'll see that we have 3 main areas up here. We have the unique viewers again. So the amount of people that are actually viewing our videos in a month. So that's 208,000 different unique viewers, then the average views per each of those viewers. And then the total number of subscribers. So if you'll notice, the average views per viewer is interesting because this is going to be a stat that sort of shows you how often people are watching your video. So that means that in this month, the average viewer watched 1.3 of my videos, meaning that some of them watched 1, and about 33% of them watched more than 1. Slightly different statistics if you actually found that all the way out. But that's an important stat to know because I released 1, 2, 3, 4, roughly 5 videos in this time period, meaning that I don't have a lot of recurring traffic. I do not have a lot of people who watch a video every time I release it, because that would make this number go up. So we need to check to make sure that we're actually building up that audience, and with tutorial creation, this is a bit on the hard side to do just because of the fact that people are usually searching for one-off videos. However, maybe I need to do a little bit more work on the beginning of the video to try to capture those people and try to remind them that, hey, subscribe if you want to see content that's similar to this content. And this is actually pretty interesting if we sort of break this out and we go back to different periods in our time. So let's go. Maybe Act 2018 and check out there to see if the average views were a little bit different there, and we can see that it's actually right around 1.2 always. Even when I'm releasing a ton of content, it's always that sort of 1.2. So looks like I'm doing pretty average to what I typically do, however would definitely be beneficial for me to try to bump that number up to see if I can get more people to join. Especially when we look at this one. The watch time from subscribers, you can see that in this last 28 days, we had 90% of all watch time was from people who are not subscribed, only actually 2% less from people subscribed. The other was from unknown, which means like people were maybe logged onto a TV or they direct linked or they were on an incognito window or something where it wasn't tracking. So we have that 8.2%, but this subscribed one is only 2%. So that means that 2% on my watch time comes from the group of subscribers I have, while up to 90% comes from not subscribed. So with those numbers, it does say that with my videos, I need to make more calls to action for people to subscribe. I'm getting the views, but I'm not converting them into subscribers. And if you're making a gaming channel or a vlog channel or a how-to channel, then this is important metric you want to see. Maybe you're getting a lot of views, but you're not getting a lot of subscribers. This is where you check that out, and you can try some different techniques and figure out if certain things are working better than others to sort of convert those people over to subscribers. Here we also have the gender age and the top country breakdown as well as the language breakdown. These are great for demographics. Understand your audience. This is great if you're doing things like letting people do affiliate links when they try to make some side revenue from YouTube, is they try to link to other people. Like for example, Skillshare does one, where if you can get people to sign up, you get money for it. So in that situation, you might need to know your demographics to create an ad or to create content that would fit that demographic and try to get some extra revenue. It's also great for trying to choose your next topic. You'll see that I have 80% male and 20% female, with an age range looking basically under 34, is where my main area of people are. And so if I'm creating content, maybe I don't want to create, really simplistic content. I want to create more advanced things. I have users that understand technology. However, if we're running a channel and we look at this and most of our age groups are down here and the older people might want, generally they have a little bit less understanding of technology. So we might want to just slow down our tutorial, slow down our content creation, really explain some topics so that we don't alienate our audience. So finding our age group is a great way to figure out how we want to run our content, what do we want to work with. And if you go next level, you can sort of look at these age groups and figure out what was something that maybe they watched in their childhood or during their, 10, 20, 30 range. What was some of the content that they watched then? And we could create styles that are sort of nostalgic and that hit with that age group and a lot of people in that age group would like. So that's a really neat area that we can look at, and we can further explore to come up with topics. Top countries is important as well. You'll see that I have a very strong presence in English-speaking countries. However, I also have some presence in non-English-speaking countries, so if I ever was looking to, maybe hire someone to translate my videos into another language to try to access more people. For example, if I was creating closed captions, I might want to look at the Indian group of languages to do that, because I have a large group of people from India that are watching my content. So if I started creating closed captions that were really well done in the respective different languages of India, that I might be able to get a boost in viewership and a really solid group of audience members, because I'm creating content that isn't available anywhere else because most other people wouldn't be doing that. So again, a great place to look at something like that, and you'll see that I have most of my watch time. There are no subtitles or closed captioning on it. However, there is a little bit on the English, and that means that someone probably actually came and I have it open so that people can write up themselves. Someone probably came in and wrote it up themselves and put it in there. If we were creating different languages, for example, we wanted to try out that idea of creating a couple of Indian language species, then we could attach them in here and see how well they're actually converting and see some stats on that. Overall, though, build an audience. Great to have the checkout to figure out your demographics. Figure out how much people are subscribing and to see how people are staying on your videos and how your audience retention is. So the editing software that I'm to be showing you is actually a free software to get to it. All we need to do is navigate to fxhome.com/express. And what this is going to do is it's going to take us to HitFilm Express. HitFilm is a really neat it was basically an indie company that decided they wanted to make an editing software that's purchasable instead of subscriber-based. And so this is their software. Now they have this Express version, which doesn't have as much of the VFX things in it, things like motion tracking and stuff. However, the editor itself is actually free, and you can get it for free by navigating here and then just going to get HitFilm Express free, and then it will want you to share it. Go ahead and share it. But if you just click on one of these, you'll see that it actually allows you to just move forward without having to share the site. But all you have to do is create yourself an account. Go through No, and then somebody express download, and then I'll send it to you, download it on your computer, and you are good to go from this. We can then begin going through, and I'll show you how to do editing. And from this, I can also basically teach you a software that you'll be able to use to create your own videos. And what's really neat is let's bring up a HitFilm. 1 second, it's actually very similar to a lot of more expensive ones like Premiere Pro and Sony Vegas. And so the skills you learn in here will be able to transfer those other ones if you want to go ahead and move on to a more expensive one, or you can actually upgrade this one and add effects in through that, which is pretty neat as well. So then let's get started and create our first HitFilm Express project. Do this, all we need to do is open up HitFilm Express. You'll see that I'm running HitFilm Express version 12. There may be a different version out by the time you're watching this. If it gets too far ahead, I'll update the course, but it should be generally the same flow to create your first project. You'll see that there's a bunch of stuff to basically learn how to do different things and HitFilm Express. Over here are the add-on packs. Like I said, the editor is free. However, you can add things like VFX, things like lightning, and you've got like a neon light, which is a really neat one. You've got 360 staff, you've got motion tracking stuff, you've got all this stuff that you can add to HitFilm, but you don't need to do that to use this. We go up here to the new button. This will be a list of all of our projects, is just to get an example, one I created. You will see that it's right here. If I click on that, it'll open it, or I can click New. And it'll create myself basically a sequence setting dialog box right here. From this, we can then just set our sequence. A lot of times, if you're going in and you know you recorded and you know 39 frames per second you can come in, or 29 frames per second, you can come in here. Go right to the 29.97. Click it, and it'll go ahead and set everything for you, but not the most important, because we can change this stuff later on, and it'll actually adjust for us if we allow it to in certain circumstances. So we're going to go ahead and click OK on that, and you'll notice up here it does say Untitled Project. Make sure to save it right. Right. When you begin, you don't want a project to go unsaved and then to lose a lot of work. So if I go into here, I can just give this a name. We can give it, let's say, import footage right here. And so that's going to be our project. What we're going to be learning is import footage. That's the project name now. To import footage, we need to go ahead and navigate down here in the bottom. Left, there's going to be this tab right here that says Media. You'll notice you can't actually remove the media down here, so it should be somewhere in one of these views. Just find the media and make sure you're good to go. Once we have the media selected, we then have the ability to import right here. We can also find it like if we have a second screen and drag the footage in there, and it'll add it like that. But we're going to go. Just click the import button and you'll see it navigates onto my drive and whatever last folder was opened up. So I have this video that I've downloaded. I can now drag this over. So once it's imported, I can drag it onto my sequence, and you'll see that we have video 1, audio 1s. These are tracks. So this is a video layer. Above it is another video layer. We can't really get to it right now because we don't have anything up there, but if we drop it here, it'll create that second video layer, and then it's asking us the editor's sequence settings differ from the clip that we're adding. If the reason for this is that this is 30 frames per second and I'm on 29.97. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now the sequence settings will be adjusted so that we are all good to go. Once I have the footage it dragged over, I can then begin scrubbing through it and watching it up here in this preview panel, and you can see it's a slow motion view of a horse running through, looks like a field with some snow on it from here. You'll see that this video did not have any audio in it. If there was audio, it would go down here in this audio track, and we'll cover a lot of that later on. Once we added it and actually created a new video track, you'll see that there's a scroll bar over here, so now we can go up and down over here for it to create more video tracks just right. Click Insert Track, and you'll see now we have video 3 if we want to delete a track. Right-click Delete Track. Same for the audio. You'll also notice that over here we have a whole bunch of effects. So this is all the stuff that we can add on to our footage. You'll notice that if we open up some of them, we do have add-on green buttons here, and all that means is that you'll have to purchase something if you want to use those effects. But overall, we have a generous amount of effects for a free program that we can add overall. For example, we have a lot of color correction even that we can add onto our footage without having to pay anything. So this is a great add for all of that, but that's the basics of this software. Let's keep diving into it so you can learn more about this and how to actually begin editing. Let's create our first edit to create an edit. We need more than just a single piece of footage. We need other things to cut into and out of, so we're going to go ahead and import some more footage. These are some shots of when I went to Japan, so we'll just go through here and grab a couple of them. Let's say this one, and maybe that one right there. So you'll see that they are all imported right here. And you'll also notice that it now says stereo at 4800 Hertz. That's because these clips have audio with them, and you'll also notice something else right here. This is a different frame rate. So in a perfect world, we would not combine frame rates like this. We might get stuttering whenever we render out in 30 frames per second, because these are only providing 24 frames per second. That means every second there are 6 frames it does not have. And because of that, if we mismatch like this, we're going to get a big problem of, again, that stuttering. It's going to have to basically take a frame and make it go for 2 frame lengths instead of a single. And if you never use an editor before, that's how frames generally work or how the editor displays them. A video clip is actually a series of a whole bunch of pictures put together, and how many pictures is the frame rate. So in this situation, we're taking essentially 24. This is a very technical number, has something to do with the math of the old school cameras, but 23.976. That means every second we're displaying 23.976 different frames, a lot more. Easier to understand is every second we're displaying 30 frames. So you will notice that whenever we scrub the timeline with this button right here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Emily, move all the way forward here. This is the 30 frames per second, so you will notice it moves the second forward whenever we go up like that. This is not milliseconds or anything in that sort of round. This is the number of frames everything in. Video editing works with the number of frames because we don't have any data between, for example, 28 and 27. There's nothing in there. It's not a continuous set of data. It's just a series of pictures put together. So that's important to understand about video editing. But even though that these are different, I'm going to go ahead and add them in because this isn't an official project, but if it was an official project, we'd have to figure something else out. Typically, what we do is we take the sequence, we'd make it a 24 frame per second sequence, and we'd then add this. The reason for that is this wouldn't then have extra information, and that's perfectly okay. But we don't have enough information, that's when we get stuttering anyway off that sort of little tangent there. Let's go ahead and grab some footage and drag it in so you'll see that we have this green box indicating where it's going to go. We do not have to put it one after the other. A lot of mobile editors will force you to do that. We can just drag it, drop it right here, and just have black space in between. If we so chose, what we're going to do, though, is create an edit. So we're going to drag this in, and let's bring this one in, and bring this one in as well. So right now, what we have is a series of clips put together. We haven't actually done any editing yet. We've just put them one after the other, And what we want to do is we want to start, cutting and making sure that we only use the most important parts. And this is important because a lot of people on YouTube, they'll kind of create footage and create videos that are like this where they don't do any cutting and there's a lot of dead space in between different cuts. Well, what I do, however, is we want to make this fast, snappy, maybe something that's sort of like displaying some cool scenery. So let's go ahead, and if we click spacebar, let's bring it to maybe, let's say, every second we want it to change, so we can drag this perfectly 1 second right there. And then if we click this, you'll see that there's that little caret or the curly brace on the right. There we can drag this over and it'll lock to our current cursor. So now it's kind of hard to see right here. So we can go and down here, we can click this once, or we can drag this to make this bigger or smaller. So when I zoom this in just a little bit so we can see what we're doing here. So we have now 1 second of this footage. We're going to drag this over and let's make sure that it snaps to the end there. And let's go to 2. You can click on this as well to make this a little easier, so we can type in 2 under your 0 or directly at 2 and we can drag this over. Let's drag this one over as well. You know the drill here. Now we're going to go to 3, and this is pretty much a lot of the editing. We have to do this constantly with editing. That's why editing takes some time. Now with this, I can try to, as you know, scroll this over so that I can grab it and move it over. But we can do something else called a cut. So without cut, we're using this slice tool, and it's C on your keyboard. That's what the parentheses mean on any of these. It means you click that on your keyboard, and it will immediately move to that. Right now, what we're on the selection tool, which is V. So if I click C, what it's going to do is going to switch me to the cut tool. So if I click C, you'll see that we're on the cut tool, the red highlights. And that means I want to make a cut right here. So you'll see that now I have the exact same clip. Nothing has happened. It doesn't look like there's, a jump here. What we've done, though, is we've separated the data in the space of the timeline, and now we can just click on this one and click the delete key, and it'll just remove it. So we don't have to keep doing that sort of drag over stuff. And then finally, we can do that drag over stuff because we got to grab this one and bring it over as well. And what I usually do is I'm typically moving in and out of zoom. We can use the control key to do that. If you'll notice, I have that on my keyboard. I just held the control key down, you can hear it. And as I'm holding it, if I use a mouse wheel and go forward and back, I can zoom in and out. If you're on a laptop, you'll probably just going to have to keep coming down here to move in and out. Let's drag that over. I'm going to zoom it in. We're going to move forward to 4 seconds. Click Enter, and then again, C tool. Make sure that we're selected in here. See, it's going to switch click, it's going to delete. And now we are good to go with our first edit. Now you'll notice we actually hear some things in here. You'll notice as I scroll it's trying to play. It might be a little bit loud, but generally this is our audio. This is our audio track down here. You can see the wave format as it goes. So there's not going to be a lot of audio on the left there, but there is going to be some going up, and you'll hear that as it goes up, and then it moves, and then there won't be a lot here with little pop, and then there's nothing over here. So now, though, we have a little edit going. If we click the play button, let's take a little watch here. Pretty cool. We're on a beat here. We're actually creating some interest as we move through, and we've begun to create an edit. That's the basics of editing. Let's keep moving forward. The next that we need to learn is effects. We briefly talked about this just a little bit when we're going over the introduction, but let's go in and start looking at some of these effects. One of the best parts, or one of the best effects that we can use, are the transitions. These are just a set of different transitions that we can drop to make things go a little bit smoother. A lot of times, a hard cut is perfectly fine. So these jumps between are perfectly okay to be using. However, sometimes we also do want to use different ones, like a dissolve. For example, across us all, if we add that, you'll see that the highlights between them, and that just makes it fade from one to the next. However, we do need a little bit of intro, otherwise it's going to have a freeze frame until we get to the part where it starts playing. So that's something to keep in mind on some of these effects, but it's really neat, and it allows us to make it flow a little bit better than we have some really sort of artistic ways of doing things in color grading. We have a bunch of different ways to affect the colors of the footage. One of the neat effects in here that's actually for free is the day for night. We can drop that on, you see. It does a pretty good job of making it look like it's actually nighttime. Some of them are better than others, for example, if we dropped it on this one. It's not the best because we have that sunlight, and the sunlight is hard to make look like moonlight in certain situations. But in other situations like this one as well, we get a pretty good effect from using D to night. So a fun little effect you can use there. Then we have other things. If we want to go into light color correction, we have brightness and contrast, which is important. If we wanted to add some more contrast, we can drag this on, and now let's go over the controls, which is once we add an effect in, we're then able to actually control the parameters of that effect. Controls might be down here, or it might be up here if it's down here and you want to bring it up the top. That's typically what I like to do. Let's say that this is history 1, you just click and drag and then drop right up there, and now it'll be up there. So it's a really neat thing to be able to just move these panels around. So if we open up that controls, we click on our footage, make sure we click on it, because you will see if we click on different ones, different stuff appears up here. But we click up here, we then drop this down for effects. You will see we have brightness and contrast, drop that down, and now we have the controls. So if we brought up the brightness a bunch, we can see it does exactly that. It brings the brightness up. If we want to see the before and after, we can just uncheck and check it. So of course we don't want to do this, as is a little bit on the extreme side here. So let's say we want to add just a touch of brightness here and maybe some contrast in here. We can go really stylized like this. Try to make it like, a silhouette maybe. Bring the brightness down just a touch right here. And now we have this neat sort of silhouetted thing. And let's drag these over. Drag this out a little bit so we can see more of it. And we have this pretty neat effect right here, actually. Yeah. So that's a neat way of doing things. We have that under color correction, we have different blurs and stuff. So if we wanted to add a blur to this, we can make it blurry as well. Again, making it sort of fit some sort of, maybe I don't even know how to describe this. Maybe like you have this thing where it starts really blurry and it slowly comes into focus. We can actually do that with animation. And that is what we're talking about in the next lecture. So now we want to add a little bit of animation to this. The reason for this is if we drag the blur on here again and we bring up the radius, we don't just want it blurry the whole time, we want to make an effect with that blur. We want it to start off blurry and then slowly come into clarity. So to do that, what we can do is 2 different ways. When you're doing something really simple, then you can do the simple way, which is the animated up here. If you're doing something more complex, then you're going to want to use a composite view. We'll cover both of those examples. So the simple way what we do is we go to very begin in the clip here. We go up to our controls, make sure we're on effects, and then we have the blur that we added. We can drop that down. And then we have this little circle over here. And what this circle means is that we want to go ahead and create ourselves a keyframe. So if I click here, it's going to save 61.44 pixels as the value to put at this location and every location until the next keyframe. So if we then go to, let's say, maybe right about here, and you'll see this is still highlighted in blue. What we do is we just move this down to 0, and now it's going to have that white circle in there, which means a keyframe which dropped. So instead of this being 61.4 for the whole time, now it actually creates a linear line. So a constant we drop in line between the first keyframe and the second keyframe, and watch that value right there as we move forward. It slowly goes down until it hits that 0, and then we're back to normal. So we go out and play as we can look at our effect, and it's a really neat sort of opening shot. Here we have this blur slowly coming down into clarity. This neat silhouetted rider, a really cool shot here. Now if we want to jump back and forth between keyframes, all we have to do is click on the effect. So we're going to click on the radius, and we can use these buttons. You'll see that now we're on the keyframe, we jumper on that keyframe, and so on. So there's only 2 keyframes here. Of course, we could do something really crazy where we start off a little blurry. Then it goes really blurry, then comes out, doesn't look as cool, but we could do that, and it allows us to do that with the keyframes, right? Like so. Let's say, though, that we do not like that middle ones. All we have to do is we jump to it once we're on it. If we click the delete key, it's going to delete that keyframe specifically. And now we'll be back to the original effect. This is kind of hard to do without seeing the footage visually. So to do it with the ability to see the keyframes, we actually create ourselves a composite view. So we click on this, and then we are going to go up and to make a composite view right there, or composite shot. Or we can just click on it and click that little button right there. It's going to just bring up this "we" on the selected clip. We want to leave the effects here actually. We want to move them with the clip, which will take these effects and move them inside. So now we have our composite shot open. It's going to automatically open them, and it's going to create one down here. We double-click it. It'll open it up here as well. Now we can drop this down, and you will see we have the effects, the exact same effects that we had on the other one, except the radius now has a visual view on the timeline of our keyframes. And so now we can actually drag the keyframes around. We can make the effect quicker. We can make the effect really quick, like that we can make it really long by dragging it back out. We can add more. We can edit. Then we can click on them and click delete it. Gives us a whole lot more control. So if you need to do this level of control, if there's going to be more than 2, we're doing like 8 or 9 or 10 keyframes, then it's probably best to make it a composite shot. Bring it into this view, drop it down, and then be able to visually see it. So now let's cover Texas, because Texas is pretty important for a lot of different things, like displaying information or introducing a person to use the text. All we have to do is go up to the text tool. You just hit TI on your keyboard, and I'll also switch to that tool as well. So if we click it right here, we now have the text tool selected. Let's move to a different clip so that we have some blacks that we can work with here. There's a lot of this is blown out. You want Bill to see a lot of stuff going on. So in this clip, let's say that we wanted to introduce this as an area. It's in Japan. So let's go ahead and type that. We have 2 ways to do this. We can either just click and start typing so he could put Japan right there and we're good to go, or we can actually draw out a text box. So if we draw one out so then the text is going to try to fit within that text box. So we are typing and want to see, and you see how it drops it down automatically. This one will just go indefinitely when we type. So we'll actually have to hit the Enter key ourselves. Issue with this is that we can actually type off of it. So if you see, if I keep typing it, it's going to begin the next line outside of the text box, and we aren't going to see it. If we want to readjust the text box, we can just click on the edge there and we can drag it around. You'll see that it tries to fit everything in there. So depending on what you want to do, you got to choose the right tool for the job. For say it's all going to be the text tool buddy that you click and drag to create that box, or you just click and type out the text. Once we have the text created, so let's go ahead and retype that Japan text down here. We can then begin customizing. So if we double click on this, we'll highlight the whole thing. We could also click on it and click Control A, or on a Mac, Command A. And that should select all of the text within. We can then go over into the text. Little panel, if you don't see, that are actually in this one text will always be open. You can see it does not have the X next to it. So find it within your panels and get that open, and then now we can change the font. There's a lot of different fonts to change from. Let's say we want to go with Cambria. If we click and drive, we can drag this larger or smaller, so we can also type one, and if we have something in mind. But let's go. Let's move it around. That looks like a good size right there. And then we have a bunch of different effects, which you can play around and have, and really customize the text properly. Here, for example, is your line space, which will make it so that your lines are, there's more space in between each line of text you create. Here you can see it all, actually space the letters out. If you want to do something with that, let's bring that back to 1.00. We have to select everything. That's always something that you have to remember to do, is to remember to select it before you do it. Otherwise, you'll do it all and then nothing will change. Down here, we can change the color. Let's say that we want to keep that white color there, but we want to add a border onto it, so we can go over here to the red or whatever color is right here, click on that, and we can change that. For example, black, or you can drag something over here and just choose whatever color you want, but we're going to go black. Click OK. And then this is the size of that stroke. So in Texas, it's called stroke. You might know it as a border. It's going to be basically bordering each text. So we drag that up and you'll see that we have that border there. Let's go ahead and grab this. We can switch back to that tool as well to move that up here, and you can see that it has. We put it on the white. Right there, we see that there is that border right there. Sometimes this text box can be a little difficult to select. If you want to get to a quick early, make sure you click on it. So we have a little typing tool there, and then switch back to the select tool from that, and then grab this corner, and you can move it wherever you need to move it. So now that we have that border set, we're pretty much good to go. Just some other details down here. We have a couple of other settings to sort of set paragraphs. Not a lot of times you use full paragraphs within text, but if you do need to use it, understand you have the tools down here to use it. But that is the text tool. So now that we have basically covered all of the stuff you need to edit a video for YouTube inside of HitFilm, let's actually go over getting that out of the HitFilm and up to YouTube, and that's going to involve exporting that footage. So we need to go over here to this export button and click on it, and we want to go within Out area. What does that mean? That means that this bar at the top is what it's going to render whenever you create a sequence. It's probably going to look like this, where it's filled all the way to the end. And that's okay. However, if we have this right here where we have this text overhang, so the clips end right here, but the text stays, then it's going to continue to render until the last possible value. And we could clean this up and we can cut this all the way back. But to be a little bit safer, to make sure that we aren't missing something, like, let us say we're down here and it looks good here, but we don't realize there's also this text up here. So to make that safe, what we do is we go to the very end and we just click the OK, and that creates an out point for us, and therefore it's only going to render from here up until our point rate like so. And in this situation, the outer point is going to be right at about 9 seconds. So with that selected, we're then going to go over to export and hit in and out, and then we can go to the export. We can also just add the export queue and continue working. But in this situation, we're going to go to export, and you will see that down here is the queue. So with the queue, what we have is we actually have the set, or everything that we've set up to export up here are the different projects that we're working on, and the top one, the man and the horse, that's the subsequent that we've created. So we can actually view those effects. We could render that out by itself. But what we want is the whole editor view right here, and we've already added it. But if we wanted to add it from here, we just go to Edit or Export, and we click in and out, and we'll add it in again once we are ready to export. We can go ahead and choose our preset. So in this situation, we're just going to choose YouTube 10NDP HD, as easy as that. And then it's going to save it in this address right here. If you click on that, you can choose a new address, and then you click the Start Export button, and it does its thing. You will see a progress bar go through here like so, and it'll be done depending on how fast your computer is, and what the effects are that it's rendering. It'll be done in a certain amount of time. These can take a long time. These could take really short, but in the end, you will have your footage. Once it is finished, you will have that finished button, and then wherever that says, it will then be ready to grab to watch and to upload. The first 30 seconds of your video is the most important part of your video, 30 seconds to 1 minute really, but the 30 seconds are pretty important. You're going to lose a good portion of your audience in the first 30 seconds. Regardless, people misclick, they click on the video and it's not the one they thought it was going to be, stuff like that. What you want to do is reduce that as much as possible. Why? Because that shows that your video is either the thing that people are looking for or the thing that people weren't looking for. However, many people survived that first minute and watched. The rest of the video is going to tell YouTube if your video is named correctly, if the description matches, if the thumbnail all goes together, because you're telling YouTube. When people search, they click on my video and either they watch my video or be immediately turn away from my video and go somewhere else. We want them to watch our video. These are two different videos that I released that are performed very differently. This video performed very well. How to create a shake effectively from our good thumbnail action contrast. We have a really good viewership over time. And if you'll notice in the first minute, we are right around 40% still engaged. And this number continues on almost till the end, usually about here's where you can kind of look at the end, because people don't watch the end credits that much. So, we've got about 11% that make it to the very end. And in that first minute, we have 41%. Now, if you look at this video that did not perform very well, at 1 minute, we're at about 30%. That's 10% less people that made it through the video. And that's very, very important. Not only does it make your average percent view go down to this, 22% average, it was only 17%. But by that last sort of minute, we're at like 9% of people. We're having a whole lot less of people make it through the video and spend time on our content. So the first 30 seconds are important. How do you improve the first 30 seconds? Don't ramble. Get straight to the point. That is really the important part of the first 30 seconds. Show the people what you're going to show them. Because if people sit there and you start off with a really long antidote, or let's say you start with an ad, like a 1.5-minute ad or an intro, that's 35 seconds to 2 minutes long. No one's going to watch it. They're going to be like, I start clicking through it, or they're just going to leave because that wasn't what they wanted. Also, put your best foot forward. If you have really bad audio or really bad visuals, or if it starts with a really long pause, and then you can hear the mic, like you hear those sort of sounds of the mic getting set up, and then they start talking. So there's no editing done. People are going to move on. They can find the information they need elsewhere, or they're going to say it's a bad entertainment quality, and they'll find someone that actually puts the time in. So first 30 seconds, first minute. You want to make the best possible little branding at the beginning, get people excited, go straight into your point, and get to the content of the video so people get sort of attached, and they start going, great way to do this beginning montage. If you're going to do like gaming footage montage, some of the really cool moments that happened in that particular piece of footage. People getting excited about, oh, wow, this is a really different or unique or fun video. And they might get attached and keep watching tutorials, show them the effect right away, show them what they're going to be doing right away. Vlog a little montage works for that as well. There's a lot of different ideas to get people to stick around for the first 30 seconds to a minute. So let's talk about something that is really important whenever you're editing your video. And that is this idea of cutting the fat, or cutting the video down to tell your story, and only your story. One of the biggest problems that I see with beginner YouTubers, or even just beginner video editors, is that they don't know where to cut the video. They don't cut out enough. And that becomes a problem, because then the pacing is all off and the video just drones on and on and on. I mean, we've all seen that tutorial that's taken 18 minutes to do something that should have been able to really just be done in 2 minutes, because the person just keeps talking in circles. They go this way, they go that way. They don't cut out the points where they're just sitting there waiting for the program to load. Stuff like that. And that's what we need to do. This is important on any aspect of video. It doesn't matter if you're making a blog, a tutorial, or really any video. What you want to do is you want to cut that video to actually tell a story. So what I have here is a scenario that might be pretty typical. I just filmed a little dummy video right here, like doing one of those things where it's like, what's in my backpack? So I just filled this little dummy video. It's like 50 seconds long. I want to show you what this looks like now and then what we can do with it. So right now it's just this. I'm going to play it back, and it will take about 50 seconds to see how this looks like a lot of beginner YouTubers. There isn't anything particularly wrong with this, except that there's no pacing or editing. Let's go out. We're going to be going over what is in the most important thing that is in my book is actually on the back, and it's this zipper. Right here, it is my laptop. See, right there. This is my Dell laptop. It's a medium tear editing laptop. And then inside of my book bag is just some notebooks at the very bottom. I always carry a rain guard with me, so to protect against rain, and the right side over here. I have a charm that I bought from Japan. I just like to carry that around with me. It's kind of a neat little thing just to have on me. And so there we have it. Like I said, it wasn't horrible. There wasn't like, everything was out of focus and it was shaky and the audio was bad. But the problem is that it had no pacing. It felt like it dragged on, and a lot of times we weren't getting any really good information. And it was just us waiting for basically me to either write something, like write it orientation, wise, try to get it so that it faces the camera and stuff like that. So let's start editing this down just a little bit so that we can kind of maybe look at some ways that we can make this feel just a little bit better. So right here, we have the introduction. The introduction is fine, except that we have this dead space right here. This dead space is basically where we're just going to be nothing going on. So we play this, we have almost 2 seconds where nothing is going on. There's no point in having that. So what we're going to do is cut that off. You need to cut the beginning and the end of your video off like that. You don't want to keep that in the video. That should always be cut off. So now we've already cut down 2 seconds, and so now it just goes from it. It's a little bit quicker now. It's a little bit or fast-paced, and it gets to what should actually be there. So now we have sort of an explanation. So now you might be right here. We actually have some audio going over and then this big sort of long gap right here. So we have the explanation here on the right, and we can make these a little bit bigger, so you can kind of see the audio waves here. So we have the explanation on the right over here, and then on the left, we have it where I'm like orienting, trying to get it to basically be put to a display part. So what you can do is when you grab it out, cut out that middle part. We don't want to keep that middle part in there. It has no value. There's nothing being told here except me trying to get it into a place where the camera can better see it. So we cut that out and move this in. Now we have this right there. So right here, we have a choice. This is sort of an artistic choice right here. We have a good explanation right here. We say this is a laptop. And then right over here, we explain what the laptop is to save a little bit of time. What we can do is we can actually sort of cut out that back in explanation. I know this is a really hard thing to do because a lot of time we'll look at a video clip will go up. Everything here looks like it's doing good. Let's move on. But you've got to think about, could I cut something out that could still tell the story? Could that 35-second interview of that really good explanation, could we cut that down to 20 seconds or 15 seconds and still get a good sort of discussion from it? And that's what you need to make decisions on, because if you do that over the course of like an hour-long clip, you cut it down maybe 20-30 minutes. And if you can cut it down 30 minutes, that means you are saving the viewers 30 minutes of watch time, which means they're going to be more engaged throughout it because they're getting more concise information. So we have right here this right. There is no medium here. So what I want to do is to cut out that back explanation. So right here, we have where I say it's a laptop. And then I want to cut it right there. So I'm going to cut it right at the end of where I say laptop, and we're going to cut all that explanation out right there. And then we're going to move it to right here. We're going to bring it back right here. So Alice, listen to this from the top right. There is no sign. So there you have it. I cut out that information. And again, I think I cut out. And I think the story is still the same here. And we've saved about 5 seconds off of our 1-minute clip. So let's keep moving on to the next part right here. And then inside, we can make a small cut right here of where I'm opening up the book bag. Little cuts like this help. So I could actually cut this down a lot right here. So I say is then just, and then I do a lot of fiddling with the backpack. Just some notebooks. So what I could actually do is to cut that just all the way up to actually explain what the notebooks are. Just some folks at the very bottom, and you see this is a little jarring, so we can actually do is maybe add a little bit of a clip in here that shows sort of me opening up the book bag. Just something to add in that makes it look like the time has passed and sort of a jump. We can make it look like we sort of, just speeding things up. Let's take a look at this. And so you see that looks just a little bit better. It looks like I still have actually opened up the notebook right there. And so what I did was I was able to cut out still about 2-3 seconds of footage right there. But I was also able to maintain the sort of the flow and the main story, which was I needed to open up that backpack. Otherwise, it was just me talking. And then the backpack was open. Some folks at the very bottom, always right there. I just restate, I'm very redundant a rain guard to protect against the rain. So we can just cut, right? Where I say, it's a rain guard credit cut there, and then move lean in the right move, it right there our guard in the right side over here. And then here is something that we would probably want to cut out as well. Just me fiddling around with the backpack. That's not part of the story, right? So let's have this sort of come out and then cut it so that I actually get it right side up. So maybe like right there, and you see that looks actually very natural. And I cut out about 4 seconds right there. So that's 4 seconds of me just fiddling around stuff that's gone. and it makes the flow a little bit better. So let's take it from where we started these cuts. Guard in the right side over here. I have a charm that I bought from Japan. I just like to carry that around with me. It's kind of an evil thing just down on me. And now we can cut off the end of the video, right? So we done a little bit of editing here with cut out a lot of different things. We've cut out some explanations. Sometimes we had to cut out things that we might think, hey, isn't that actually pretty good to keep in? And that's why cutting the fat is really, really hard to do. You have to basically find the footage even though it's a good piece of footage, even though it's good. It's cinematographic. It makes you feel happy. Does it tell the story? Does it fit with the edit? And sometimes it doesn't, and you still have to move that, otherwise you get really long, drawn-out films. Directors have a big problem with this, where if they had their choice, every film they created would be 4 hours long because they want everything that they shot. They want all the ideas they came up with to be in the film, with editors have to sit down and say, no, this is going to be a 2-hour and 15-minute long film. What can we do? What scenes can we cut out? What areas can we adjust? So let's take this from the top and let's listen to it all from the beginning to the end again, and the new edited form going over what is in my book bag. The most important thing that's in my book is actually on the back, and it's his zipper right here. It is my laptop. See right there. This is my Dell laptop. And then inside of my book bag is just some notebooks. At the very bottom, I always carry a rain guard. And the right side over here, I have a charm that I bought from Japan. I just like to carry that around with me. It's kind of a neat little thing just to have on me. So there we go. We've taken this 1-minute long clip and we brought it down to 36 seconds. Now imagine a blog where this was like the beginning of the blog. You have this minute long clip where people probably start to drone out. Like if it's too long, they're not going to watch, they're going to jump away. But if you have this 30-second clip, they might say it might keep them interested enough to move on to the next part of the blog, and then you do the same with the next part. You keep doing that. So this original blog, where if we didn't get it, that might come out to 15 or 16 that it will come out, to about 6 or 7 minutes. But it will be really concise content. It'll be really interesting to the viewer. So always remember cutting. The fat is extremely important. What you want to do is you want to tell the story. You want to cut the video down to the minimum possible amount to tell the story. If you can do that, you'll be ahead. Most of the people on YouTube has a lot of people will upload one clip things and then wonder why people don't enjoy it, is because you need the editing. You need to create a story with your footage. So a lot of videos will have a YouTube introduction on them. And this is just an introduction that basically tells the brand of the content coming out. So for example, like on my video right here, it just does a logo that comes through, shines. And then we go right into the tutorial. If you go to YouTube and you search create a YouTube, there are 1,000 different tutorials on how to actually create your intro. There are some templates and everything like that. What I wanted to go over was the SEO, the sort of what you should do when you create your show. And the biggest mistake that I find is that people make their introductions too long. This is a big problem because people are coming to watch your content. And if you put a 20 or 30-second intro, which I have seen, that becomes a problem, especially if people are trying to watch a lot of videos. They don't want to watch the same 30-second intro every single time they watch one of your videos, and it doesn't really help. Because why does it need to be 30 seconds? You have to think about that. What is it giving the user? What value is that creating when you make that long? All it does is it frustrates the user and they'll move on to the next video. This is a great chart to look at. This is one of my most, highest viewed, average percentage viewed videos, and you can see that even in this video, as with any of your videos, and the first about 12 seconds you'll lose about a quarter to half of your audience. It just happens people click on the video by mistake. People come to realize, hey, this is the one I want people kind of video, and they skip to some other parts, and the video, etc. But you'll lose a bunch of your audience right at the beginning, and you can see that it's always right around 9 seconds is where your audience will stabilize. So what you want to do is you want to try to capture the audience's attention in the first 9 seconds. Right here, those first 9 seconds. So if all you have there is an introduction that just goes for the next 30 seconds, all the way to over here, what you're doing is you're creating a problem there, because now people are like, okay, maybe I should stay, and they'll leave. And then your intro keeps playing and more people leave, and then only the people that really, really want to see the content will stay. So you want to try to hook the user right here, and having a really long interaction doesn't do that. So what you need to do is if you want to create an introduction, you keep it under 7 seconds. That's usually my rule of thumb, is keep it under 7 seconds. Shorter is better. If you saw the one that I showed with mine, that was 3 seconds long. I made sure that it was I wanted to have something that sort of branded my video, but I didn't want it to, get in the way of people that are trying to learn. So I made it was basically 2.5 seconds. So it quickly shows that what I'm trying to go over, and then it moves on. You'll notice that Node, the video gaming channel I've talked about, does the exact same thing. There's 3.5 seconds on their intro, and even Good Never Good Morning, which is more of a talk show. If you'll notice, they have a 4-second sort of hook right here, where they talk about whatever they're going to discuss. And here they come up with something funny to say, and then they usually end it with, let's talk about that. Then they have their intro playing from 5 seconds till about 13 seconds. So that is about 8 seconds long, right around that 7-second threshold. And they're extremely established, so that's fine. They could make a 30-second intro and people would still watch. But what I'm trying to say here is that what you want to do when you create your anchor, however you create your own show, is that you want to make sure that it is short. It is not going to take up the user's time. You want people to be hooked when they get into your content, not to be, okay, droning on droning. What I'm going to find something else. That is the key. When you're creating and show, and that will hopefully get you a lot more of a duration. A very important aspect of the video production process, and one that's often overlooked, is the audio quality. You don't have to, hire a sound engineer and get it up to amazing amounts of audio quality, but you do need at least decent to good audio quality. Audio is actually more important than the video quality. Now, this is something that a lot of people don't understand, and it causes a lot of problems. Now, you might be thinking, well, that doesn't make much sense. Video quality is what people see. They've actually done a study, and the thing is that the video isn't as important as the audio. If you have a really, really clear, crisp video, but bad audio, people are going to leave. There's something about it that destroys the illusion of what videos are if the audio quality isn't good. Think about back in the 1950s, when TVs were still black and white, they are blurry. They were really sort of low resolution, but the audio was pretty decent. TV was still extremely popular back then. Movies, TV, all of that was still extremely popular. And that's because the video quality, even though it was subpar as in today's standards, the audio quality wasn't enough to engage you, is enough to keep you in the sort of the illusion and to keep you in the story. Now, if you have really bad audio quality, it just sounds bad and it breaks the illusion. It makes you think, oh, this is just some bad, video. This is just a bad production that I'm watching. And so I kind of wanted to drive this point home with an example of my own. So in the first video right here, we have really good audio quality, but really bad video. It's cropped off. The lighting is pretty poor. It's overexposed in the background. But you'll notice the audio quality is really crisp and clear. And then the second one, we have really good video, but really bad audio. And I want you to think to yourself, which one would you rather watch? Which one could you tolerate better? So let's get this started with the first one right here. So the first test is with so bad video quality, but pretty decent audio quality. So you can see that the audio is crisp and clear while the video is, sort of money. My face is illuminated. There's some stuff behind you that's sort of silhouetting me. We got some weird angles of light coming in here, but the audio is clear. And you can see right there that the audio quality. Like I said in the video, it's really clear and it's something that you could watch, especially if it had good content. Maybe it's a tutorial or maybe it is just the way the interview wanted. The viewer wanted the interview to go. Maybe you disagree with that. But it's still watchable. Let's take a look at the second one, which is really good video quality, but very bad audio quality. And so you can see it right there. The difference in the first video, like I said, it's tolerable, it's something that I might watch. But the second video, I didn't even understand some of the words that were being recorded, and imagine of this is like a tutorial or a vlog or an interview. If you can't understand what's going on, why would you watch it? It has no value without the audio. So even though the video is something that's going to, push your production to the next level, the audio quality is essential. Bad audio quality is going to basically have people click away from your video really quick. And this doesn't have to be as extreme as this is. This is stuff like the window on your video if you're outside and you're filming yourself, and you can only hear every other word. There's when going on, the world will buy you. A lot of people just upload videos like that, and they think, oh, it's fine, they can kind of hear what I'm saying. The video looks really great, though. That is a bad thing to do. Trust me, people will leave your video immediately once they can understand the plot line or what you're trying to say anymore. So remember, video quality great, but audio quality is essential. So, let's talk about creating YouTube thumbnails you do. Thumbnails are extremely important to sort of show off what the video is going to be about. So you can search any YouTube chat on here like Good Medical Morning or NOAD, or really any challenge you can think of, and look at their thumbnails, look at what they capture. Let's also look at CT, or right here as well, and you can see that the thumbnails are something that shows off the video there, the visual aspect of this list on YouTube. So, there's a bunch of text on the right. But a lot of people don't even look at the text. It's like if you have a picture book, you look at the picture first, then maybe read the text. And so what you want is, do you want to create a good impression on the first sort of look at your video? That's what's going to get you some more clicks. It's going to direct people to your video because they look at it, they're like, hey, that might be a video that I want to watch. There's a very fine line also between having these sort of draw people in and being clickbait, putting an image on your video that isn't actually in the video or even related to your video. The sole purpose of just getting clicks is clickbait, and you can actually be reported and basically have your videos taken down and have strikes against your account. If you do that often enough, so you have to sort of find a line to find what is too far. Some of the major YouTube words do it, but they sort of have some gray area. They've learned where they can do it, how far they can push it. And so it kind of comes down to your choice, what you want to do, what you're comfortable, which is understand that the more clickbait, it becomes the more risk that you take and the more chances you have of not even building an audience as having people view or video dislike it and leave. So that comes up to you as well. But with thumbnails, what's important is to capture the essence of the video so that people will basically see what they're getting into and they want to get into it with my thumbnails. What I do is I create some text on here. I show the effect in the background. So for example, this is the parallax effect. And then I just put some text that shows people what they're going to be getting, and do a good strategy is to have a thumbnail. It doesn't capture the text. So for example, or something that's tied to the text, but doesn't exactly say exactly the same thing. So over here we have the title as I'm buying a tank, and it shows a salesman buying a tank, so it shows what the video is about, but it doesn't say over here. I'm buying a tank on here as well. You don't want sort of two of these. Right next to each other, you want them to accept each other, but not to copy and paste on one another. So, for example, the full title to this is How to Create a Parallax Effect in Adobe from your Pro CC 2018. What I do, though, is I like to capture the essence of what someone's going to learn in my thumbnail, so sometimes that is directly that comes from the title, sometimes it isn't. So for other tutorials, maybe this text isn't going to be in the title, that's going to be the essence of what you're learning. So I tell people they're going to be creating a parallax effect, and that's as simple as you need to get it. You do not want to put all that extra stuff because the smaller and smaller your font, it gets the harder it gets to read, and the less it stands out, the less sort of general idea that people get about the video. When people scroll down and they find this thumbnail, they know exactly what they're getting. They're creating a parallax effect, and this is the effect they're creating. So if this is what they wanted to create, they're like, yep, that's what I want, and they click on it, And so then they watch the video, and hopefully you've taught what you've actually showed in here, or you've shown something that you know that the thumbnail alluded to. And so what other stuff that I do is I put a border around it and I show the sort of the technology. The music, in this case, it is Premiere Pro, as you want to make sure that if your thumbnail is small, it's still readable. So even about here, maybe a mobile's right there, you can still read it pretty fine. If I went in here and I added new text down a year, let's say some small tax or like so, and then I zoomed all the way out. You'll notice the smaller and smaller I get, the harder it gets to read. And about here, which is about the normal size of a YouTube done now. It gets extremely difficult to read. You can't even read it. So make sure your text is big enough that people can see it. Now you might be thinking, how exactly do I create a thumbnail? Well, there are a bunch of different ways to create it. I create mine in Photoshop, but Photoshop is a really hard technology to learn right off the bat, especially if all you're going to be doing is creating thumbnails. So what's kind of neat is that YouTube actually has a thumbnail creator that they have added with some of the recent updates. So if you go and edit any of your video, you can actually get to this feature. So for example, on my most recent tutorial, how to create aerostat transition, you see now they actually have a button down here that says, create the thumbnail, and what you can do is you can scan through your video, and you can find a video still, and then you can work with that. So for example, let's say we wanted to go with right here, like this is what we want to do. So we say, yep, we click next, and now we have the ability to add shapes, images, text, templates, anything that we want on here. Easy and quick, and it's all within YouTube. You can do it all. Right here, you can click next, and you can see what the thumbnail will look like if you like it, Gordon, and click that Save Thumbnail. So that's the easiest way, by far. You don't have any of that technology with Photoshop and everything like that. Definitely go with this. You can create thumbnails really fast, really simply, and get some really high quality the templates if you want to go a little bit higher, a little bit sort of higher level, where you can actually cut things out of video and stuff. You want to use something like Photoshop or maybe, and the easiest way to find tutorials on that is really just to search how to create a thumbnail for YouTube and then put the program name here. So for example, you click on that, it's going to have a bunch of different doils on how to do this, and GAMP is free. It's sort of like a free Photoshop, a little easier to use. And like I said, it's free to use Photoshop. Put Photoshop right there. You can learn how to make one in there as well. But on the marketing side, on the side. Those are the key elements. Make sure that it has something that I can capture video, something that draws people in. But don't go too far where you are, just basically false advertising. Also, make sure your text is large enough to read. You don't want it have too small text, and with a title, make sure that it accents it sort of goes with the title. But it isn't a direct copy. You want to be able to show them what is going on and use the visual aspect of this thumbnail. Let's cover another important aspect of your channel, and that is the importance of the cover image on your channel. So the cover image is just like the thumbnail in that it is the visual representation of your channel. It's the first thing that people see, and it's the thing that people are going to basically look at first and then move down. So you want to have something that incorporates your channel up here. You want to have something that shows off what you do. So for example, I have very important information. This is the Adobe Masters channel. These are some of the editorials I go over, and this is one of the most important parts. I make videos every other day. That is extremely important because it allows people to understand how often they're going to get video. So putting your schedule up here is really important. A lot of other channels do this as well. So for example, we've been going through sort of Quarter Digital. Let's take a look at Quarto Digital right here, and you can see that their channel right here, it shows the people behind Quarto Digital in a really sort of neat way. They also have their website and stuff over here on the right. So this is important. It is the front of basically your channel is what people see. First, you need to also work on creating something that looks semi-good, and that sort of points information in the right place. Like I said with the other tutorials, I use Photoshop for this, and This is sort of an removed marketing course. I do want to go in depth in how to make this, but I do want to show you how you might make that. So the first thing you understand is to get these dimensions if you click on it. Up here, it's going to say drag your photo, and you can drag a photo in here. There's even a tutorial right here on how to create or edit channel art. And it goes through sort of good ways to create channel art and what you might be able to do that. So Google has a little guide on that on right here, though, is important recommended channel art size 2560 by 1440. So this is the size of the document that you want to create and whatever editing program you're using. So for example, in Photoshop, if I went to File New, I would want to put those dimensions in right here to make sure that it's going to fit. Otherwise, it'll be stretched or cut off and you won't get what you actually created. And then like any other tutorial, if you just search on YouTube, create channel art, and then whatever program you want to use. So if you go with Photoshop, go for that. You want to save, probably for YouTube would be better to go down, and you can put something like in GAMP. The reason I keep referring to that is because it's free, and then you have tutorials like this. So for example, simple guide for editing YouTube channel with GAMP. You have how to make awesome YouTube banner and get you do another name for it. You have a bunch of tutorials you can download that free project or that free program, and then get to work on creating some good channel art for your channel. But understand, really important, because this is the first thing that people see once they get to your channel. You should use it to sort of sell yourself, to sell what the channel is about, and to make people want to subscribe to you. This course wouldn't be a masterclass if I didn't show you how to actually create a YouTube channel. We've sort of gone to the pre-planning phase of figuring out what we might want to do with our YouTube channel. Now, though, let's actually create the town. If you've already created a channel and you know that YouTube interface pretty well, you have something established. Just skip the section, maybe check in near the end of this section where we kind of go in depth with some of the tools that you can use. But the initial creation part, definitely skip that because this is going to be the basics. However, if I want to make sure that if you haven't created one, that you know how to do it. So let's jump into this now before I get started on how to actually create it. I wanted to just go over that. YouTube is a very fast-changing piece of software. It's run by Google, who is trying to constantly make it the best it can be. So I want to show you something really quick. If you go to YouTube or you go to Google and you search how to create a YouTube account, there will be a link from Support Google right here, and there's also one right up here, how to create an account. Create an account on YouTube computer. And basically what it's going to do is it tells you what is the current process for creating YouTube channel. Right after I make this video tomorrow, they could change the process. And I know that over the course of this course, they're going to change that process at some point, and I'm going to try to update it to make this the most up-to-date course. However, I might not even notice it. Maybe someone else doesn't notice it for a month or something. And if you want to create a YouTube account right now, it might take me a couple of weeks to create that new video to upload. So if the instructions are different from what I am talking about, definitely put that search into Google. And look for Google support page, because they will always keep this up to date, and you'll see that it just has the basic steps right here. And then it even has additional steps down here if you click on this one. It has a bunch of different resources that like I said, will keep it up to date, so you can go to those. Read them and jump into it without having to wait for me to create a new video. And you can continue your learning process. So with that, let's actually create our account. Let's go into the sign in button up here. You want to go to youtube.com, you want to go to the sign in button. YouTube is owned by Google, so you need a Google account for this. You can go to, for example, gmail.com to just create one really quickly, or you can go ahead and create one right here if you go to more options and create an account. You'll see that there's this sign up thing right here, create your Google account. You go away from YouTube because you actually have to create a Google account, put your name, your email address, password, birth date, mobile phone number. I don't know if that's mandatory. It might be, it might not be. But putting all the information and create yourself an account is really just a simple sort of step through. It's nothing that you know too advanced, and you can also, create a Gmail and stuff from this. But once you have your Google account created, then you're going to want to go back to YouTube and you want to put in that information to actually sign up for YouTube. So that sign, and to continue to YouTube, you're signing in with your Google account. So let me use the one I have, which is adobemastersofficial@gmail.com. Right? Like so. And then what we're going to do is you need to, of course, put in the password. And so we're already entering that password. Click Next. And now we are signed. And it's going to give you this whole thing about, maybe protecting it, whatever. Just go through that as well. And now, what you've done is you've signed into YouTube. Is over here on the right is your YouTube channel. So it has my name, and it has all of the buttons over here, and there is even a My Channel button. But once you click on it, so let me sort of go through that point. If you click on any of the features that a YouTube channel acquires, you will create a channel. So for example, go into My Channel, go into the Creator Studio, trying to upload a video. All of these are going to sort of get you into the workflow to actually begin your account. So let's go ahead and create our account and sort of end it on that note, and we'll go into the next video, or we go in a little more in. So if we go to our My Channel button, it's going to ask you by creating. By clicking Create Channel, you agree to. YouTube's term of services. Learn more changes you make here may show up in the Google services. So maybe if you change some of stuff, like Google Plus might change as well, you can use your actual name here. This is my first and my last name. Or you can use a business name, and this is how you sort of create a crazy name like mine and Adobe Masters. If you create a brand account name, what you can do is just basically put anything. The other one is going to actually check you to make sure that you have a real name. This one you can put anything you want and just sort of create something. So let's create something. Let's go. Adobe Masters, too common thing they put for secondary channels. So we'll create Adobe Masters to right here what to create button. It's going to do its thing and then redirect you back here. And now My Channel has been created so that we have a created channel. Let's jump into actually sort of setting up this channel a little bit more. Now that you've got the YouTube channel set up, let's go over the interface just a little bit. So this is the screen you'll be brought to once you create your own YouTube channel, and you will notice that it says your chances and have any content. That's because, well, it doesn't until we upload things, which we'll go over a little bit later on the left side over here, is very typical of YouTube. Doesn't matter if you have a channel or not. These are just the typical watch buttons. So it's just going to have your subscriptions, your history, your library, what's trending, etc. over here on the left side. So this is basically the viewers panel on the left. Like I said, if you have a challenge, it's going to be basically this YouTube change that all the time. But in general, give or take. It's just going to be how you view things up here. We have our channel layout. We have home, which we can set up, and customize channel. We'll do that a little bit later. We have videos, which us to list all of our videos. Playlists. Lists. All of our channel playlists. Channels we can feature other channels. Discussion. People can talk on here. Put public comics. It's not a very widely used thing, but sometimes it's used. And then about we can put in about section over here. If you notice on my more established YouTube channel, we can actually see some of this stuff right here. If I click on my videos, it shows all the videos that I've created my playlist. These are some of the players that have auto-generate channels. Some of the channels that I feature discussion, there's only been a couple of comments on my channels, and then the About section just has a little About section right here. So that's basically what we have, or here, whenever we start uploading things, this will start updating as well. That is basically the interface. If you go up here, you can, access these two buttons as well. My channel creators, studio switch account. If you have multiple accounts on the same email address, you can switch the accounts right here and then settings down here. That's sometimes important because sometimes in the settings, we can change things like removing or adding managers or account settings or Google settings. So that's the basic interface of the channel. Let's jump into channel customization. So now let's go over customizing our channel. Easiest way to do that is to go up to the Customize Channel button right here. And this is located on the My Channel page, which is right here at My Channel. So what you want to do is just find this anywhere on YouTube, click on your icon, go to My Channel, then go to Customize Channel. Now this button may have moved. YouTube likes to move it all over the place. Like I said in the earlier tutorial, if that has happened, go ahead and just do a quick Google search to see where it is currently. If you can't find it, send a question and I'll try to find it and then update the video. But this stuff changed all the time, so it's sort of hard to keep it all up to date, but it should be somewhere like that once you are into the customized channel options right here. You can do two things right off the bat, which is change your icon and your channel art, and I recommend that you do those because these are sort of the front end to your brand. Having something that defines you on both of these elements is very important. For example, on mine, I have this as the channel art. It shows basically really largely who I am. Some emblems, you know, the things I teach, and then just something to show people why they should subscribe. I make videos every other day, and then down here I just have my icon, which is the AM icon. And then so now you add both of these things, it's really easy. Just click on the edit button up here, you'll go to edit, and then you can just upload. You see, I've tried this a couple of times just to mess around with it because they made this sort of change that, so you have to go through Google. But it's just really simple. You got to do is click Upload Photo. You can find a photo which I've already uploaded right here. Click on that photo and you can use the whole emblem, or you can use a section of that emblem. So like if we just wanted to target, I don't know, maybe we could do that right. Like, so if you click Done It, it's going to create the icon, and notice that it's going to cut it into a circle because that's just how most things work on YouTube, as it goes in a circle. So try to create your content so that it fits into a circle near the center. And now I have this big sort of AM right here. And if we go back here, you'll notice that it takes a little while to refresh, and that was one of the warnings that it said it's going to take a little bit of time to refresh. This right here, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Next thing we do is we can add the channel. So if you click on Add Channel, or we can select and upload a photo from our computer on something like Photoshop or just any photo. I'm going to go ahead and use a gallery photo because I don't have one. You know, quickly prepared right here later on in the course. I'll show you quickly how you can create some channel art that will work up to this size right here, which is 2560 by 1440. Not the most difficult thing in the world, just create like a Photoshop or a file that size and just put some stuff onto it. But let's just go ahead and choose something that isn't blank. The stoplight looks kinda cool. Click on it, select it, and there we go. So now we have just one channel. Like I said, it's probably best to create something that's best suited to your brand, and we'll go over that a little bit in the sort of introduction to video editing part and later on in the course. So now we have an Mloan site, which is going to update in a little while, and then our background. You can also sort of go into advanced features if you go over here into the gear icon. You'll notice that we have a bunch of different sort of privacy settings and stuff, so definitely take a look at that. If you don't want people to see your subscriptions and playlists and stuff like that, you actually want to keep these on private, you can also customize the layout of your channel. So this goes into the We Click Advanced Settings here. We can actually go into a different sort of version of some additional things here. One of them is to change your country to whatever country you're in. I'm in the United States, so I will change it to the United States, and then we can add channel keywords. So I could add something like Adobe Masters or maybe Adobe Tutorials of channel keywords is a help for when people are searching up here, they'll actually find your channel through the tags, and you can allow advertisements to be displayed along your videos. You get monetization for this. Now, the problem here is that YouTube's policy is a little bit strict nowadays. It is you have to have 1,000 skivers and 4,000 hours, I believe, of view time a month or a year to actually get ads. But this is where you would do it. You would sort of link it up right here, and you can sort of display the count or do not display the count from right here as well. Click Save, and then now we can just go back into our account by going up, clicking on the YouTube button, then going here and going to My Channel. It's kind of the easiest way to do it. And so we can go back and customize channel, and you see that this does sort of come through here. And then for this next part, I'm actually going to switch over to Adobe Masteron just because you sort of need a lot of videos to be able to see some of these features. If you notice, I have these extra buttons. He has the expert training and stats. And that is just because of the vidIQ plugin. Again, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But you'll notice that it's exactly the same as this one over here. If I click Customize Channel, we'll go to the Customize Channel feature, just like this one over here. And so once we are in here, once you have a few videos, you actually have a few more options here. One of them is to basically create a different view for returning subscribers and for new video visitors. So for new visitors, I have basically a trailer video that just explains who I am, what I do, and why you might subscribe, why you might want to subscribe. And then back here for returning subscribers, it just isn't my most recent video. And then just sort of some of my popular videos down here, and you notice that basically all it changes is this tab right here for returning subscribers and new videos. You can create a channel trailer by just going up for new visitors, and you can basically go to this little button up here, go to change trailer there, probably an ad trailer, but button right here, you just choose a video that you've uploaded. I just have this one as unlisted so that people can accidentally just find the video. It just only plays when they come to this part in my channel. Beneath this, you'll notice that we have this button right here that says Add Section, and that is these are right down here. They are sections. So if you wanted to add ourselves a new section, what you can do is a lot of different options here. You can put playlists. I like playlists because it allows you to sort of organize your footage and create a channel and direct people to, some of the stuff that you do. You can also put something like a live now, a horizontal roll, and it'll show all of your live streams. So if you do like a lot of live streaming, this might be a good thing to put down here. You can put subscriptions down here, but I don't have public subscription, so that's not going to show. But if you did like public subscriptions, you like to show it. There's an option for that right here. Multiple playlists. It will list a bunch of different playlists. Recent activities, recent posts, like videos, popular videos. There's a whole bunch of options for here that you can just sort of customize and have some fun with one of the ones that I like to do. If you go over here to playlists, what I do is I actually create playlists and I have them auto-sort. So if you go to a new playlists and you create it, just create with any name you want. You can actually click on that playlist, you go into it, and you go into the edit button right here. And you'll see it brings us to this screen, and we can go to the playlist settings. And if you click on the auto add button right here, you can say that if the title contains and then something added to this playlist, what's really neat about that is that means I don't have to manage my playlists every time I upload a video, as long as I go with the same title, which I always do, at least the same elements, it'll put it into this playlist for me, and that will create a playlist that has basically organized all my content for me, and then I can sort it by the date published. I can change the sorting in here as well, ordering date published, newest, or most popular, whatever you want to do. And then now, once I go back into here, so I have my playlists created, I can go into the home section, and I can actually add that playlist on here, so I can go to content, and then I can go to created playlist, or a single playlist, and then choose from my playlist. You can host other people's playlists as well, and then I can go to the one that I was looking at, which was Premiere Pro, and you see that we have a playlist. Now that has all of my content most recent, so it sorts them every time I make an After Effects. Video goes to right here. Every time I make an Adobe InDesign video goes right here. Photoshop video goes right here. Premiere Pro video goes right here. So it just creates a way to organize your data. I just sort of combining playlists together. You can also just basically add some featured channels to the right side over here. So if we go over the right side, we can go to the featured channels and we can click the added button up here and you can just edit the module and add whoever you want. These are just some people that I like to follow. You can really add literally any channel on YouTube to here. Down here, you also have related channels. This one is just enabled or disabled because YouTube chooses the ones that are close to you and the related channels. I like to have it just because it adds a nice little element over here. And I think the community as a whole is just sort of very open to sharing views between us because we're all just trying to help other people learn. So it has some of the most related people, and I agree. These are probably the most related people that I know on the sort of the market right now for my channel. And then that is basically really it. You can change how you view it. But other than that, there isn't many other elements if you want to add some like social icons up. Here, you can go up here and click and it links. And when you can actually do it, you can create links back here in the About section. You can create additional links and you can put them up here, which is kind of neat, like Facebook, Twitter, and stuff like that. So people can quickly click on them. Like, for example, if we go to Andrew Long, I believe he has his Patreon. Up there is what he usually runs with. Yeah, he's got a patron on his Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff up here. So if you click on that, it's going to open up an Instagram account with him with all of his videos and stuff like that. So that's a really neat feature that you can do as well. But other than that, that is basically it. On the channel customization, there's a lot of different features, just sort of play around with them. And really just have some fun, just sort of work with it. It takes you a little while to get something that you really feel happy with. I mean, it probably took me 4 or 5 days of manipulating this, and then my icon, and then sort of how I liked my layout to actually feel good about how I like my channel look. So just play around with, have some fun. And yeah, that is how you customize your channel. So let's go through the Creator Studio. Now this is a pretty large section. There are a lot of buttons over here, so we're going to sort of just breeze through a couple of things. And some key points if you want to go back and research any of these more in depth. Again, Google is a fantastic resource. They have all the documentation on this stuff, and any Google search. Many people have asked these questions before, and you can find them online. Also, if you want to ask a question about a specific in our Q&A system here on Uni, go ahead, do that. And I will get back to you as soon as I can and help you understand maybe a tool a little bit more. Maybe how you might use it if I wasn't clear here. Easiest way to get to the Creators Studio is by clicking on your icon and clicking Creator Studio right here. Once you're here, you're going to be presented with a dashboard, and a lot of times we'll have this as. Click here to customize your dashboard. There isn't exactly a lot of customization here. You have like one additional thing you can add. And that's kind of it. There isn't a lot of sort of wiggle room you can do. You can move these around if you want to move if you like the view slightly different. This is sort of the default over. You have your analytics. It's going to be your watch time, use subscribers, and if you have monetization, if you've hit that threshold, then you'll be down here and I'll tell you the profit you earned in the last 28 days is what all this is. This is your most recent videos right here. You got tips, which is usually down in the bottom right over here, and then comments, and it looks like I may have glitched out YouTube a little bit and put 2 videos here, which is kind of funny. So yeah, it's funny that there's this here, and then it's sometimes still messed up. This should be one of these, should be a what's new. Nuts are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So yeah, definitely glitch 2.0. But this is sort of your default view. You got the video manager. You're going to be able to see all of your videos, and then basically from that, you'll be able to basically get a top-down view of what your videos are doing. How many views they have, likes, dislikes. I can bring up my Adobe Masters for that. If I go over here and bring it right up, you'll see that in the video manager that I have right here, all of my videos that are put up, it's got my views. There's green means that they are monetized, and then it's got the comments, the likes, the dislikes on the right side. So it's a sort of a top-down view, and you can click at it and sort of jump into any one of these and edit them. You also have playlists, which will show you the different playlists that you have created. Again, sort of just looks like there's nothing really to, in depth about those live streaming. We will cover that probably in advance. Really at the end of the course. Live streaming is kind of new. It's more of a Twitch thing, really, but YouTube trying to get into the realm, they're testing the water to see where they might go with it. So this changes very, very frequently. So I want to put that at the end of the course in sort of extras. So it is an integral part of the lessons because, like I said, it's going to be changing probably monthly until they figure out what they want to do with it. But live streaming is right here. Now, the important one is really the community, and then your channel and analytics, and then the Create tab. Those are kind of the most important right here, and in a community, you have a quick way to see all of your comments, the public comments, the held for view of the likely spam. Here you have your messages, so if people DM you, direct message you, they'll come up here. Filtered likely spam sent messages. Likely spam is using an algorithm to figure out if it is spam or not. The reason it's as likely is because sometimes people just say words that are close to spammy words, quote unquote. So you know if they might not be then sending spam. But the algorithm thinks that they are subscribers. We'll show you basically a list of your most recent subscribers. You can also sort it so the most popular kind of it is a good way to find maybe some people to collaborate with. So if you have 2,000 subscribers, see if you have anyone near 2,000 subscribers, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, contact them, and see if maybe they might want to do a collab, especially if you're in sort of like the same genre community settings where you sort of change up the settings for how you want to police your comment system. Sort of I guess a term for that. So you have your moderators. You can actually make people moderators so that they can delete comments, they can block people, they can report people, they can do stuff like that. And I believe they have permission to approve comments as well. Then you can put blocked words in here. Maybe there's some new slang word out there that's getting thrown around that you don't want in any of your either live chats or your comments. You can put that word in here, or maybe they're just something that you don't like. You don't like it when people say that YouTube hasn't flagged it as a negative word, but you don't like it personally. You can put it in here, and YouTube will automatically filter that, and then you would actually have to approve messages with that. We have the ability to block links so that other people can't post links in your videos, comments on your videos, comments on your channel. Basically, just all those sort of settings here. YouTube sort of lays it out very easy for you to understand. Down here are some credits. This is a list of videos you've been credited, and this isn't a widely used feature of YouTube, so I'm just going to kind of breeze over this. I have never even actually seen this used once, so if somehow this comes up for you, that's great. But if you want to see more about that, click the Learn More button right there. It's got a pretty good guide on what exactly this says down here in the channel. So once we click on the channel right here, it's going to show you all of your buttons right here. Now, this is the monetization block right here. If you want to become basically a partner and start making money, you need to click the Enable button here. But the problem is, as YouTube has some strict guidelines right now, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours watched in the last year. So, if you do not meet those requirements, you cannot monetize. You cannot make profit from your videos. So you need those before you hit this. Once you hit that threshold, you will basically be able to monetize, and you click Enable. You'll tell you that you can go through the start process. You have to sign up for an ad since the account's set up, the preferences, and then get reviewed after reaching 4,000 watch hours in the previous 12 months and 1,000 subscribers. So you see right there, it'll walk you through this process, but it's going to tell you that you can get this all set up so that you're ready to go. But until you hit that threshold, you're not going to make it past. Then you have other things where you have longer videos. I believe this is just putting a phone number on your account or verifying your account. Something along those lines is very simple and quick to do. And then some of these other things just sort of unlock over time when you get more subscribers, when you get monetization enabled, stuff like that. So at the next point we have is upload default. This is really important because this allows you to set the defaults for upload. So if you're putting the exact same tags in your video every single time and then adding a couple at the end to sort of, make it special, that specific video, you can put all those tags right here. You'll have to type them out every time and then just add those 3 or 4 tags whenever you upload the video. Same with the description of times is a template that people use and then they adjust through the template. So you can go that template in here. Title. I haven't really seen people use a generic title, so this isn't used that often. But maybe there's something like maybe yours always starts with let's play or vlog number. Something like that, you can put that here so you do not have to type that, save yourself a little bit of time, and then just some other settings down here as well. You can make it so that the video language is different. You can make it so that it's in a certain category every single time. The privacy is something set every time, so you can just set the default featured content. This was actually discontinued December 14th, and like I said, this change, if I had made this Israel December 13th, this would have been completely, ready to go. But as this continues, we're going to get past that branding. This is so that you can add a little bit of a watermark onto your videos. It just adds it in the bottom right of the video. So a lot of times you'll see these little things whenever you play a YouTube video. They're just a really neat way to basically like it. Like it says brand your video, they look a little bit something like this. Let me see if I can't find a video over here. Yeah. So you see on my channel right here, I have this little mark right on the right side here. That is the watermark. If you click on the watermark, it brings you to the subscribe button, or the channel brings it to the channel, so you can just set the image that you want to put down there. I think square is usually best for that, and the advanced tab. We have some different things that we kind of did when we set up our account, like the channel keywords and the country. But you can also adjust those here, allow advertisements to be played a long time alongside my videos. You can, sort of just change this stuff around a little bit. And if you're not monetized, then you can basically uncheck this box, as you're not making you the money. So YouTube is going to check this box automatically, because they want to make money off you. But you can check that box if you're not monetized. If you turn that off and you are monetized, I believe you do not get any money at all. I don't know how that works specifically, but yes. So this is just whether you're giving YouTube permission to display advertisements next to your videos. Analytics, a very important part of the YouTube system. So there are a bunch of different analytics that you can sort of go over here. So the most important sort of analytics that you can come up with are things like the watch time and the audience retention and the demographics and the playback locations. Those are all really important to your channel because they'll be able to help you sort of dial in and fine-tune your audience. Now we're going to actually have an entire section or entire video specifically on the analytics a little bit later, so I'm going to skip over most of this. And whenever we do, I'll have my actual Adobe Masters here so that we can see some of the actual analytics here and actually go look for some trends down here and translations and trend. What is it? Transcriptions. What we have is the ability to add in separate languages so that you can actually put your content out there and people from different countries can watch it with subtitles on and actually be able to see it. You can also allow other people to post translations in their language for free. A lot of people do that on community videos, especially like there are some videos out there that blend two cultures together, like maybe an American woman married a French guy and they made a YouTube channel based on sort of that interaction, that's sort of living in France and living in America. And so their videos are maybe based in English, but they want their French viewers to see it if they have a strong population. A lot of times our French viewers will translate the videos for them. Same happens, with Japanese and Chinese and stuff like that. People will come in and translate the video for you. You can allow that to happen. And I believe you can also sign up to have yours basically paid to do it. You can also see right here, this is what it's saying. Right here is turn on or off the community contributions for all your videos you've uploaded. You can do that in the fray here. We can use English turn on for all videos. And now, everyone is allowed to contribute and try to put a language onto my videos, different translations down here, and the Create tab. This is a really neat part of YouTube. It allows you to choose basically royalty-free music. There are, I think, thousands of songs in here. So if you have a video and you need some royalty-free music, the Create Audio Library is a fantastic place to go. There are some great tracks on here, and they fit so many different things. You can search by mood and instrument and genre. It allows you to cover a lot of different sort of ranges and areas. So, this is a fantastic place to come if you need music. If you use copyrighted music, your video is going to get either copyright strike struck and strike. You're going to get a copyright strike, which means that if you get 3 of those, your account is banned, and you are permanently banned from YouTube, which means you are not allowed to create any more accounts on YouTube. So, that's bad. And it also starts to remove things like monetization whenever you get multiple strikes, so you don't want to use copyrighted music. The sort of best case scenario is that you do just going to take all the money, they're going to put advertisements on the video, they're going to take the money, and the artist is going to take the other half of the money. You don't want that to happen either. So use and copyrighted some copyright-free tracks right here, and then down here is just some music policies list. Basically the policies of all of the artists on here. because some artists do actually allow to use their music, so you can see the list of their songs and the current policies by those songs, sort of just, I guess, some technical stuff, but some stuff that you might want to know if you're planning on using some style. Some songs, because like I said, most songs are copyrighted, but a couple of songs I guess people have actually allowed you to use on there, so you can see that if you use a song, the playback will be viewable worldwide, but ads can appear. And if you perform a cover, it's viewable worldwide, and ads can't appear. So copyright owners change or policies or take action on a veto that differs from what they're described here. So this just gives you... So if you wanted to search for a song, you could see if that artist is banning all people, because some of these songs, it'll ban you, right? Like if you try to upload it, it'll just mute the entire audio of the video and you wouldn't be able to listen to it at all. Some of them will turn on the ad so that they make money for it. Some of them are perfectly fine with it. This is a great place so you can just search for the policies right here. This is a pretty new feature of YouTube actually, is to be able to search for the licenses in here. And that is basically the Creator's Studio. It's pretty straightforward. A lot of buttons are a little overwhelming at first, but once you start uploading videos, you can kind of start coming back to here and maybe digging in a little bit to figure out some of that stuff. One area I quickly wanted to go over before we move into some more of the YouTube algorithm is that I just wanted to sort of jump into how to upload a video. Maybe you want to just sort of jump right into it. Right now, you want to start uploading videos and then continue with the course and sort of fine-tune it. That's a great way to go. I always believe in sort of just going head-on into something and then learning as you go. So if that's what you want to do, let's just quickly go over how to upload a video, some of the, practices maybe of how to do that, and then we'll jump into some of those nitty-gritty algorithm things to get your videos some views. So, all you have to do is if you're anywhere in YouTube, it's exactly like your icon appeared. You click this upload button. It's just this arrow that points up in the top bar up here, and right here, you'll be basically presented with a file or a button that says Select Files Upload. So all you have to do is just click this button. You can change if you want it to be public, unless it's private or even scheduled right here. Which scheduled is good if you are on, like, maybe you want to release a video every other day. But the problem is that you're going, to somewhere without Wi-Fi over the weekend. You can schedule a video so that it releases on your schedule. So let's say that you released. When on Friday you said, you're going to release one every other day, so you scheduled for Sunday, and you don't have to worry about it then. So that's a great one. Unless it means that people need a link to see it private, means that only you need it, and you actually have to invite other users to see it. Once you click this button, it's going to open up a file explorer, and then all you have to do is find a video, so that you just find really any video that you want, so I can bring maybe this video right here, which is just of some snow in Alabama. Click on that video, and it's going to begin uploading the video right here. You have your title, your description, your tags. The title is always going to default to the name of the video. The description is always going to default to the description of the video, which is just basically, whatever your default was that you set in the Creator Studio. That's what it's going to default here. Same with the tags. It's going to default whatever you set in the Creator Studio. As you saw, I didn't actually set any of those, so it just makes it blank right here. And then you can type anything that you want in here. This is where you sort of do some of the stuff, and that's where we're going to talk about in the next lessons. But this is the basics behind uploading, is just basically clicking that button, finding a video, and clicking upload, and it's going to upload it to YouTube. There's also some advanced settings over here, like basically the video language, the category. You might want to look into that as well. Translations. If you created a translation, you can put it here. Although a lot of times most people do not create the translations right off the bat unless they're really popular. Over here, you can share it on social networks, or if you set up the social networks here, you can automatically share it to Twitter, which you see if I click right here and say, I need to log in through Twitter, you can share it on those platforms, and we'll make it work out nicely. I like that. And then here you can set the unless it private or scheduled as well. You can also add it to a playlist. If you have a playlist, you can add it directly. You know, I talked about auto-adding earlier. You could create a playlist and then just manually add write rate on this step as well. Pretty simple task. Once you're done, click the publish and your video will be online and ready to share and for people to find. So yeah, really, pretty simple task. Let's jump into some more of the nitty-gritty stuff. I think it's important to look at some of the most popular people on YouTube and to sort of analyze them and see what they've done. See if we can't grab some building blocks from them to better our growth. So in this section, that's what I'm going to be doing. I may be going through some of my favorite YouTube years and sort of analyzing what they're doing right, some of the stuff that makes them unique. You know, maybe even some of the stuff like that made them popular, and certainly going through and just sort of grabbing some of these pieces just by looking at their channel, looking at some of their tasks, and sort of analyzing what might be working for them. Hopefully, by the end of this section, you'll have a good, working list of some things that you can do with your YouTube channel, get some ideas of what you might be able to do with your YouTube channel, and be able to just, look at some of the greats and see what have they done. What can I replicate to help with that? So the first panel I want to look at is one of my favorites, which is Andrew Wong. I would classify his channel as a personality channel with a sort of music creation and appreciation, a little niche to it. So basically the videos all revolve around him, Andrew Wong making music in some way, shape, or form. Only a couple of videos sort of go outside of this round, but this is where it sticks and this is where his base comes from. You can see that he is very creative in his creations, that he uses a rubber chicken instrument where we have Druid sands, or made from a sandstorm. How there's some how-to videos making beats with certain elements, basically jam days. How made videos, stuff like that, so it's all about music and how he makes the music, which is pretty interesting. It's a pretty neat thing to do, because not a lot of people on YouTube are doing that. And it took him a while to get popular. If you notice and we go to socialblades.com or just Social Play and search Andrew Wong, we can actually start looking at some of his statistics, and it's actually kind of interesting as you can get it to see what their original name was before he became sort of a personality. He was Songs to Wear Pants Too, which is actually very in his personality that's kind of like that, and that makes a whole lot of sense when you think about it. But that's kind of an interesting thing that it'll do is it'll show you their original video so you can see that he is, if you go down into these analytics, you'll see that he actually spent maybe about 2 years making videos with very little amount of growth. Not to say that 5 subscribers a month is a little growth. And 800,000 views, but in comparison to his 7 million views that he's getting right now, it took him a while to get up to this point. And so what did he do at the very beginning? And that's always interesting to look at. So if we go back about 2 years, we can kind of see what he was doing. And if we look back, you can see that it's a whole lot more of actual music creation here. So you can see that there's a lot of sort of the same stuff, but also some original works as well. And so what he did was just release a bunch of these personal tracks, things that he created, and then these sort of viral alphabetical 26 John song. Those are some of his keystones. But he created all this content, and he kept creating it over and over and over, even with relatively slow growth, he kept creating it. And it took him 2 years of just creating content to get to a point of mega success, and that's really important. I think that's one of the things that I really enjoy about And You're Wrong is that it took him so long to get to the point he's at now. He just kept doing what he was loved. Just doing what he loved and posting consistently, and slowly he started to get his audience, and now he is like the number one in this field, this sort of music creation field, where it shows a guy creating music that just has fun with it. So that's something that you can definitely grab from him, is consistency is key, and don't stop if you love to do it. Just keep creating it regardless of the growth, and eventually it will come. I don't know many people who have put out 300 videos of consistent quality content who haven't met some level of success. So that's one thing that we can grab from them. Another one is to stick with your niche and be creative. On his K-niche is music creation, and yet he does so many different things with it. He has he has hearing challenges he has in his videos. There are Even if it's a non-musical video, there'll still be musical elements in it. He uses different apps, uses different phones, different equipment, different people to just create music and different ways that he can create them. He goes back sometimes his old work and brings it together and creates music on that as well. There's just so many different things that he does all in respect to him, plus music that makes him stand out. And that's what's really important, as well as to really stick with your niche and get creative on it. It doesn't have to be a perfect fit. You can sort of move something slightly to the side, but as long as it sort of ties into Andrew Wong Plus music, it works. And you can do that with your channel as well. It'll let you sort of spread out and get more content and more areas and get more growth over time. So that's really important to learn. And you can see that he has created a consistent schedule, which is Mondays and Thursdays. That's also important to get that subscriber count going. And like I said, he just has fun with it. He's really authentic and it works for him. So if you're going to take something away from and you're wrong, take away that its consistency is key and really be creative with your niche, because when you're creative, your audience will love it. They have subscribed for this specific point, but they will enjoy seeing your rendition of different ideas around that point, as long as it's sort of similar. It works, and it helps build your channel. It helps build that uniqueness that we talked about earlier, where you have this channel that just you and music. But now it has the sort of the Andrew Wong spin on it, and that's important, is getting that spin. So it's your channel and it's your content and no one else is doing it out there. And drawing is a great sort of content created to look at, to analyze, and to sort of figure out how he got successful. He's a great overall YouTube. Thank you everyone for joining me on this course. And thank you so much for making it all the way to the end. That's fantastic. And I know you've learned a lot from the start till right now. If you have any other questions or any other areas you might want covered, go ahead and, leave them in the Q&A or send me a direct message. I would love to help you basically find an answer to that and also to incorporate that, and of course so that other people can find the answer to that as well. If you want to check out my YouTube channel, I talk about it quite a bit in this course, but it's a master's if you want to learn some in, editing programs. I have like 220 videos on Miro, so you can learn from your pros. It's right there. They're all free on YouTube, subscribed on subscribe view of your choice, just if you want to. There are also some other courses on InDesign and computer science if you want to check those out. But if not, thank you everyone for joining me. Like I said, if you have any additional questions, if you get any additional suggestions, send me a message or put it in the Q&A and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks for joining me. And until next on, guys, see.